Good evening and welcome back to North American ESL Challenger League. Playoffs continue here on this fine Wednesday. It's Boggs, Pineapple Phillips, North American playoffs, and North American South American matchup that finds us here in the upper bracket second round.
Yep, an exciting one. We are continuing our coverage. We're following that upper end of the bracket, following Nouns in this case as they took down Wildcard yesterday in what I would consider to be at least a slight upset. And now they have to take on either number 1 or number 2 seeded team in Legacy. I'm not sure which they were, but either way, they earned that spot in the second round of the upper bracket because of their performance in the regular season. And this is going to be another incredibly exciting matchup to follow up the one from yesterday.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this matchup. I think Nouns performed really strongly in their earlier series yesterday. I think that their resurgence after losing 13-4 was incredible. Had a good interview with George as well that kind of showcased the mental aspect of the game that Nouns were taking. And I think that had a big role to play in the win for Nouns. But now they do go up against that number 1 seed, Nate, in Legacy. I mean, you look at your upper bracket round 2, there's some pretty heavy hitters here to all teams that you would consider in the top half of this ECL season. I think you slot Wildcard in there and you have your top 5. The fact that Wildcard is not in this upper bracket round 2 comes at a bit of a shock given their recent successes. Legacy, M80, no surprise there. And NRG handling the new look party astronauts, not too big of a surprise to me. And looking at the lower bracket, because that's going on too, Wildcard Boss is an absolute barn burner. That's going on in the lower bracket. 2 teams that could realistically make a run.
Yeah, that's an exciting one to me. Boss haven't looked the hottest as of late, but they have been shoring up their weaknesses. Wildcard looked very good, but now they appear to be on a bit of a slide. Both them and M80 kind of stumbling a bit after their chances at LAN, of course, Pro League, and then the Challenger Atlanta event. From there, they've kind of looked a little bit worse for wear, perhaps a little bit fatigued coming into playoffs, which is not what you want to be heading into such a high-stakes playoffs bracket in kind of form, but Boss, a real chance for them. They've been building up. It feels like they've been in a building season for seasons. Now they have a chance against the top dogs in playoffs, and hopefully they might just find their way into that lower bracket round 3.
Yeah, that would be a huge move for Boss. They would have to win 5 straight matches to qualify for Pro League. So a pretty tough road for them. Is it doable? If they can topple Wildcard, I would definitely start believing that's a huge scalp to take. And once they take down them, if they do, this is all theoretical, then playing either Nouns or Boss, or not Nouns or Boss, Nouns or Legacy, excuse me, it's not going to be another easy task, but they've already toppled one giant. They can do so to another, and that's where the snowball can start for them. But to circle back to our game here, Legacy versus Nouns, this one, Nate, looking at it on paper, you might have had your mind made up thinking, oh yeah, Legacy has this. I know the head-to-head is something like 11 maps to 1, and that one map was all the way back during the Copenhagen Major qualifying cycle. So it's been a very long time since Nouns has won a map against Legacy. But what gives me a little bit of hope for this team, Nate, is how they performed yesterday versus Wildcard and how they handled the adversity.
They handled the adversity is the best way to put it. We're talking, of course, in the interview, you mentioned that was very insightful. When I asked about the timeouts, that was what I was really keyed into because they used their timeouts very early, specifically on that second map. And it sounds like they know themselves so well that they can simply use timeouts early on, not worry about having to use them later because they know that they can shore up a lot of their issues. Let's take a look at the rosters. They should be known to everybody, of course. These 2 teams very notorious in the scene. Legacy got Lato, Nakiz, Dumao, Bartin, and Sadzin. Nouns, we saw them yesterday. It's the same 5. Carson, CJ, George Jr., and Rush. But circling back to that conversation, Nouns showed a lot of resiliency. They showed us that they're very comfortable as a team, chemically and otherwise. And who knows, maybe Legacy could have a little bit of a slide, much like M80 and Wildcard. Maybe they look a little bit more wounded than you would expect in their opening debut in playoffs.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Legacy perform in this tournament. I mean, Nouns are kind of just coming for some giant killing aspects. They're coming in with a little bit of a chip on their shoulder, confident in what they can do, but knowing they're not necessarily coming in as the favorites as of late. Legacy have something to prove heading into the RMR, heading into playoffs as the number 1 seed. You have to make that count. They would only need to win 2 best-of-3s to qualify for Pro League, a position which they definitely would like to have. And it's a very star-studded roster with quite a bit of experience and quite a bit of firepower on that lineup. And so for Nouns, one thing we saw make a big difference for them was 4 players having very strong individual performances. One player, CJ, on map 2 and Carson on map 3, kind of not doing too much, but everybody else having a very even and very impactful performance. That was what elevated them in a lot of ways against the wildcard team they played last night. And if they could do the same against Legacy, there is a world in which Nouns win this, but there's a lot of variables when you have to rely on the individuals.
A lot of variables they have to rely on. Of course, as you mentioned, 4/5 of the team at any given time were hitting their shots, but I think Nouns need a little bit more than that going up against the pedigree that is this Legacy roster. I think they need perhaps a slow start from the Brazilian team, a fumble perhaps in one of the maps, something to give them something to grasp onto, because I feel like things are a little bit stacked against them. I have confidence, I have faith, but again, because of just how good Legacy have looked in the season, it's going to be difficult. We have our predictions, and based on how I've been talking, my prediction might not make sense, but I'm going with Nouns. We kind of just split the goalposts because we thought Nouns did so well yesterday. So we both see a world where either team could take this best of 3, but for the sake of argument, I selected Nouns and Boggs chose Legacy.
Yeah, Legacy should win. Now, is it as heavily leaning as you would have expected coming into this matchup? I don't think so. I think Nouns showed us a very good and a very solid performance yesterday. The way they managed the timeouts, the way they managed the adversity that they faced, getting destroyed 13-4 on the first map, winning a bit scrappier than they would have liked in the middle map, and then destroying on map 3, including a 12-round streak in a row after a round where one of their players did not buy a gun into the first gun round of the game, shows me that this team has a lot more spunk and a lot more moxie to go through here. I'm excited to see what they can do. And our player to watch, though, is going to be from the Legacy side of things. We have to go with Dumao, and he's been an explosive player in all of his tenures in the Challenger League level, and I'm excited to see what he can put up in the playoffs here with Legacy, his first tenure in the playoffs in North America with this squad. And it definitely should be a fire-cracking matchup across the board.
Yeah, he has tremendous impact, tremendous HLTV rating, 1.25, 1.34 respectively, over 85 ADR in the last 3 months. Dumao is that shining star on Legacy. There's no other way around it. We'll have to see if, because we chose him to be our player to watch, that maybe he'll struggle a little bit individually. It's typically how it happens. Yesterday, Sonic had a serviceable performance, but not that star-studded performance you would expect, except on map 3. So we'll see if that caster's curse comes to bite him. But he is definitely the one that should be atop the board across the server, whether it's his opponents or his team.
Yeah, look to Dumao to be the top of the scoreboard, and let's see what maps he will have to play against Nouns on, because this is where we set our battlefield. Inferno, the ban of Nouns, makes a lot of sense. They don't play it all too often. Vertigo, the ban from Legacy. If you're looking at Nouns stats and how badly they lost a wild card yesterday on the map, you might be thinking, why did Legacy ban this map? They've only played it once in the last 3 months, and it was an overtime loss to Fluffy Aimers, a team which saw their departure from the playoffs in the lower bracket yesterday, 2-0 at the hands of Boss. So that adds a little more insight into why Legacy go for this Vertigo ban.
Yeah, makes sense. It's virtually the perma ban, as you mentioned, only playing it once. First map, the pick of Nouns is Ancient. Makes sense given their performance yesterday. Looked very solid on the map. It is their favorite by far as well. Next map is Mirage, the pick of Legacy, and it is an interesting pick because Nouns aren't afraid of the map. In fact, I think it's their second most played map. However, the head-to-head gives it handedly over to Legacy. I believe they played it 3 times last month in September, late September at that, and every single time it was a 13-7 in favor of Legacy.
Yeah, Nouns like to play Mirage. It's tied with Ancient for their most played, but most of their wins come against lower tier competition in the domestic scene. Legacy, meanwhile, that 3-0 win rate versus Nouns is pretty solid. They have a 1-1 record against Fluffy Aimers, though, so there is some weakness to be exploited here if Nouns can find the right stride. But I think it's the individuals that will carry Legacy, particularly on Mirage. It's a very individual-centric map, and Legacy, 10-1 record. It's theirs to lose. Anubis being banned by Nouns, I can see it. I thought that maybe, just maybe, Nouns would float it. but they elect to go for something a little bit safer. The Dust 2 ban from Legacy, leaving Nuke as an option, is interesting. Maybe they saw something on that Nuke game versus Wildcard they can exploit. I would say there are holes that Nouns left in that game. It wasn't as clean as it probably should have been for them, and Wildcard made a lot of mistakes, particularly in that first half. So there is weakness there for Legacy to exploit, leaving that open between Dust 2 and Nuke. I do like that call. Now, I don't like the fact that Legacy have lost to Fluffy Aimers on that map recently, and Wildcard as well, which does give Nouns a little bit more of an opportunity. So as you can see here, at least with the way the vetoes play out, Nouns have a realistic path to a victory here. Would it be a 2-0? Most likely not, but a 2-1 victory is not out of the question for Nouns.
It's not out of the question. Ancient, though, I think they have to start things off strong.
Oh, yeah.
I think we have to write off Mirage just because of that head-to-head, because it's been 13-7 every single time. You can't realistically expect to win it. You're going to go in trying to win it, but it feels like Legacy should have that map on lock, and you kind of just have to write it off if you're looking at it, especially from an analytical standpoint like we are now. So Ancient need to win that for Nouns to have a path forward. Need to try their best on Mirage, of course, try to close it into it, but it's likely not going to happen. Nuke, though, as we saw yesterday, wasn't the cleanest. They were kind of slow to adapt, if I'm not mistaken. Was it? Who started on CT side? Which team was
Wildcard did, I believe. Let me double check. I can check.
Right. I've got it.
Yeah.
Wildcard did start on the CT side. They were slow to react. Nouns were also slow to start, but they had a very respectable 6-6 scoreline at the half. And it did look touch and go on their CT side in the second, but eventually they got the wheels turning and didn't really look back from there. So I do agree. I think there's a realistic chance for a 2-1. I think Ancient and Nuke are musts if they want to stay in this upper bracket. But at the same time, if Legacy bring the firepower that we know they're capable of packing, then it might just be over in a 2-0 simply because of how star-studded this Legacy roster is.
Yeah, it all really hinges on Ancient and how it starts. Do Nouns get out of the gate early? Do they get some momentum? Do they give themselves belief? Or do they put themselves behind the 8-ball like they did against Wildcard on map 1? George said they had a very slow start on Vertigo, didn't really feel like anything was working out well, and the scoreline reflects that. They cannot afford to have that happen against Legacy. Wildcard is good. Legacy has shown another level domestically than Wildcard has shown to be capable of. This is another step up for Nouns to try and topple. And it doesn't matter how you win. All that matters is that you win. But for Nouns, their road to victory is paved with a victory on Ancient.
So it is Legacy as well. No slouches. I think we talked about that earlier. 58.4 CT, 56.9 T. So it's not going to be an easy path. It is paved with that first, but it's not going to be cleanly paved. It's going to be cobble. It's going to be like that first go-around from Lightning McQueen in Cars. It's going to be rough. It's going to be shoddy. It's going to be slapstick. It's going to be scrappy. But they need to come out the gates punching. I think that's the takeaway right now. We're setting up a Nouns underdog story. I think we've sang the praises of Legacy enough. It sounds like we are getting into the game shortly as well, so hopefully we don't have to sing for too much longer. But Legacy, it's their game to lose. The question is, can Nouns force their hand, or will Legacy start things off slow, or will Legacy just shut the door in their faces and send them down to that lower bracket? Only time will tell.
Yeah, I do love that Lightning McQueen analogy, because Nouns are going to need every ounce of horsepower, every singular horsepower they can squeeze out of their V12 motor if they want to get through this. And it doesn't have to be clean, it just has to be done. Now, if they don't get it done, Mirage does not set them up for success. Nuke, still a big coin flip. You have to favor Legacy moving forward. Like, through all these maps, Legacy should have the advantage. And don't discount that. We are setting up a potential for a Nouns underdog story. Yes, there is a potential for that. But the advantage is still shifted towards Legacy. And on Mirage, it's expressly shifted towards Legacy. I think Ancient is probably the most even of these three maps, maybe not necessarily head-to-head wise, but in recent form. Nuke, there's some wiggle room here, and it's going to depend on the individuals to show up, but enough proliferating ideas and pontificating upon possibilities, Nate. We can get into the action here and finally kick off day 2 of playoffs here in North America. Nouns will start on the T side, Legacy on the CT side. Dual Beretta pair for Legacy and Bartin and Sadzin. No kit for the CT side, and only a flashbang for utility, but the double dual Beretta raid bosses are going to be hard to unseat. This double up in Cave will as well, but the bomb is going to go down for free. As Legacy abandon the site proper, Nouns find it open. And it's a 5 versus 5 retake, as a lot of Snake and Cave pressure will be revealed by Junior here, unless they all four go through Cave, which is a choice and a bold move. It's definitely tunneling everybody through a choke point. I don't necessarily agree with this call by Legacy, as Nakiz is far behind as well. Junior's beginning to figure this out. He'll peek in, and Dumao opens it up a lot. Now comes through. Carson's trying to get something done. CJ and Carson all up to CJ as the bomb ticks away. The kit, or lack thereof, will not matter. It's a clean mop-up by Legacy as Nouns Gdancy, they force the issue, and the headshots fly plentifully for the Brazilian squad.
No kit, but no worries. Still playing their time, biding their time, and very comfortable with the overall situation. That speaks to their fluency on this map early on. They had a protocol to follow on pistol. Double up Cave, fall back at contact, and play retake with the dualies coming out of the choke point. You mentioned it's a very tricky choke point to play against Glocks, but it definitely works with the chaos, the concerted swing. And Nouns, as you mentioned, showing a bit of nerve, a little bit antsy perhaps in that post plant, and that gives away the first opening. Nouns gonna go for the buy off the back of the pistol round plant. They have pistols and at least one MAC-10. Mixed bag of results early on, but results that favor Legacy. Trades back and forth, a 3 versus 2 as the dust settles. Will the bomb plant be attempted though?
They don't
Down
have
to a
it.
bit of extra cash. They don't have it, yeah. And they don't have a lot of utility to smoke off these choke points either, so Legacy just play the game as they should, by the book, and it should be their round for the taking. Swing from the MAC-10, gets some damage, but Sadzin and Dumao put the final pair to bed. Does he find an upgrade for himself? Yes, he grabs the M4 off the ground. A FAMAS and an MP9 dropped, but those are acceptable losses against a force buy. Legacy do well to convert their pistol round victory.
Nouns are slightly favored on the CT side, or on the T side rather, of Ancient as well, 58.4 versus 56.1. Meanwhile, Legacy 58.4, CT 56.9 T. So Nouns need to put up a few more than they have on the board, still with a bagel. They're going to go for a half buy here. Armor Tech 9 for Rush. Tech 9's no armor for George and CJ. Utility for Carson and a Glock for Junior. He wants the op out and early. No SMGs for Legacy. They'll be ready for the gun round, but Junior with a nice little drive-by. Great flash support by Carson. And this should get a bomb plant down for Nouns here as that smoke blooms in the face of Donut. Nakiz will get a couple of kills. Bartin comes through with another. George will not be able to get that bomb down the smoke too late. And so, with another kill, at least that's 2 kills, considering the buy is not bad for Nouns, and there's a chance Carson can get another, as the nade will do nothing to him. 2 points of damage, not really worth writing home about. And, well, still 2 kills, not too bad. They would have loved the bomb plant, just a little bit too late on that smoke. And Nakiz holding in towards Temple, gets those first 2. That kind of delays the initial whole plant process in the first place.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. CJ grabbed that rifle and started going into backhauls very quickly. I get it, taking the space as quickly as you can. Maybe even catching somebody off on rotation, but when you fall, you drop the only rifle on the ground. The one thing your team fought so hard to get. And from there, it's only Glocks to try and fend off the retake. Cannot buy enough time to get the bomb plant. That bomb plant would have definitely helped the economy of this Nouns side. Give them a little bit of extra utility on the belts. Russian catwalk. And now mid-late for George. Wow. Playing Donut, Lotto playing back of Cave. A far more respectful hold from Legacy. Junior wanted his op as quickly as possible. He has it in hand. Just posted up outside B doors looking for aggression. See though, not keen on giving away anything for free.
Yeah, I do like this more passive hold from Legacy, trying to force Nouns into these fights. Nouns have not necessarily done a good job at equal 1-for-1 duels so far this game. And so Legacy are playing into that. The Molotovs come through. Lato forced away from his angle at the entrance to Cave. The smoke will allow him to go in, though. And a flashbang blinds rush. That's a great little flash from Barthin. That Keys is not expected. George had utility out in hand. And that is a blunder that might just spell the end of the round for Nouns, who are collapsing here. Expect a timeout into the next round, as Junior does get one, but it's only one with the op, and there is very little opportunity to get anything more, as he's the last man standing. Caught off the side by Dumao. And Legacy, a fiery start. Nouns, not so much. And their money, not good enough for a full investment unless they go Galil's Mac 10s. And the half buy definitely looming around the corner. But Nouns, that right there from George. If he takes out Nekiz, it opens up a whole other side of the map. Instead, they're forced into a disadvantageous push towards it B, and it all crumbles.
It's a half buy. The money from Legacy's already looking good. They got a free upgrade to AKs and to the op as well in the round prior. Already looking rather swell for Legacy in the early goings. Nouns, though, going to go for another scrappy investment. Tech 9s. A P250 for Junior. And some utility to hopefully facilitate a bomb plant. And that's the main goal. They've really struggled in that endeavor in the start of this map. Tech 9, good for one in Donut. Getting aggressive, taking some damage, but getting the kill as required. It's Carson and George, I believe, to combine fire for that one. 5 versus 4 secured, though. It's still no clear direction as to where they want to end. Grouping up Snake and Cave. It's more or less a passive hold from Legacy on towards B. I say that, they immediately start rotating. The Key's getting control of Donut. Ties things back up at 4 pop. And now this becomes a far more difficult prospect onto the B side to hit.
Bomb plant coming through, will not be stopped, and George doubles up with the AK. Hold up, now this is a winnable round for Nouns, as more damage is taken by Lato. He's trying to find a way back in, but it might just be a save call by Legacy, as Nakiz has no route back into this, all the way into T-spawn, and Lato grabs the op and bails out. This is a massive opportunity for Nouns off of the half buy, and it's George who pops off with a critical double spray down to lock things down on B. When Nouns look down, they find a way to come up on top. They are not out of this one yet, but they need this next round so much, so badly. If they get isolated here, Nate, it almost sets up this whole entire half for failure.
Yeah, it does. No, it was a forced buy, or not forced buy, half buy victory, which gives them a little bit of extra cash to work with. It'll give them a lot of utility. Junior might even go for an AK rather than an op. Nope. It's actually dropped one instead. On the board at long last, but the hero spray down from George against the lineup. I thought Legacy were going to be much more hands-on with 3 there, but they played very passive and for a post plant, which was their undoing, because they did not expect the no respect swing from George. Caught, lined up, and unaware. Nouns, hefty lean over towards B, and spam from Carson. Start things off, lots of damage on the Barthin, 65 to be exact. Good start for the Nouns team. They are just biding their time outside B, waiting for the initial utility to subside before they go for what seems to be a B side execute.
Utility starting to run dry for both sides. Sadzine debating the peak. Junior's holding a pixel angle, hoping for the push, the overextension. And Carson goes in Lato. The first kill to find. Sadzine begins to move around as smoke's flying on his sight. Peak comes through, shoulders shown, rush taken down. CJ trades, but there's more to find. Lato as the flash fades. 1, not 2. Still a man disadvantage for Nouns. 30 seconds to go, in they come. Smoke down and deep towards short. Junior crossing with the bomb. Barthin, nade goes out to do half damage to Junior. A little bit less, 17 to be exact. And that Opper ready to fly. George and Junior, a good pair to have in the situation for the Nouns, as all three Legacy players coming from the CT side, looking to group up long as well. No utility for this retake. All dry fights. Junior misses a sitter, and here's the opportunity for Legacy back in. George trying so much to help his Opper. Two different angles to find. A lineup, but Barthine. George has two on a platter and on a plate. And Nouns are back into this one. Nade goes out. Dumau gets tagged, but not by much. George spray pushes Dumau off. He doesn't know. Dumau around the corner, wins the fight, has a kit, has the time, and Legacy isolate that one round of Nouns in a sea of blue. And the ocean is rising higher, the tide beginning to drown the Nouns.
Tide's coming in. High tide will be soon, unless Nouns can do some finagling with the moon, perhaps. But some concerns there, specifically at the end, the op shots from Junior. He should have had that first, and perhaps that lineup if he was a little bit quicker. I can forgive that follow-up, but the first kill should have been a guarantee. Just a dry fight, a dry swing.
Oh, yeah.
That's a shot you have to hit 10 out of 10 times, especially when you're putting this much emphasis on your op. Sacrificing a lot of things to get that weapon in hand, struggling to find it. We finally see a tactical timeout from the likes of Nouns. They're going to go for an investment, as you can tell. Junior again has his op in hand. Pretty solid buy as well, I believe. Was it dropped over? No, he actually had the money for it. George is going to be compromised on a Galil. Rush probably the same. No, he'll go for an AK and compromise utility instead. George trying to do some lifting, getting a lot of impact kills. The lineups, 2 to be exact now. 4 of his 5 kills come from lineups. And in rather consequential post-plant positions as well. But in that case, the 1 versus 3, simply too much to ask.
Yeah, he would have had to be a hero of the ages. A man of renown to be able to pull that off. Dumau just played it too well. Sees the spray, knows exactly what he needs to do. And does not miss that fight. Sadzine misses an opportunity now on a cross through middle. But Nouns are still looking for an opening back in. They have 3 Molotovs, 2 Molotovs, a smoke and a flash. That is not a lot of utility to make something happen with over a minute to go on the clock. Both teams running dry on util. It's going to come down to the fights, and that's been favoring Legacy. Nikis won, but Lato follows in the interim. Bomb plant down again, the B side target. Nouns have not really gone towards A. It's been B, 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 B. And they have to hold off against 4. All Legacy players again coming from the same angle, though. Although they might think about putting Dumau through mid. But time is fleeting, and they need to make that decision now. In comes Nekis. CJ's around the corner of the cube. Nekis up short. And clear CJ. He wins that fight. Sadzine, Flash, begins to back away with his team. Legacy probably debating the rotation out. They will try to save, but Junior and CJ have a great flash from Carson. Put 2 of them to bed, and Dumau spotted in red is pincered in. Backs away to CT to try and survive. CJ on the prowl. Falls down, but that's a worthwhile hunt. If they were able to take out the gun of Dumau, rather, it would have been huge for the economy damage. And look at Legacy's money. Speaking of economy, what economy? 3 players sub 200. Barthine at 2450. Dumau can drop a FAMAS or go in for utility. Legacy are going to probably go all in since it's a double eek for 3 of their 5 players. But it is not a good situation to be in. This gives Nouns a road back in. 3 rounds, maybe 4. Then this half becomes entirely close once again.
Legacy, it surprises me how hands-off they're playing B. And I get it, they have no utility to support. They can't really play a player in the cubby or otherwise because they simply don't have the Molotovs to cut off one of the 2 angles, but it's still surprising that they're playing with this much respect. Now it's time to get scrappy, though. I mentioned their economy's bad. They're going to force buy what they can. It'll pay off. Sadzine in middle just spamming the smoke. Drops George. A player instrumental in getting the wheels turning at least a little bit for Nouns. That kill comes for free as well.
Carson got that AK and got rid of the Galil as well, so that's a nice little move from him to keep a rifle out of the hands of Legacy, who desperately need all the firepower they can get.
A nice play, but they're still a man down. And the MP9s can definitely do the damage required.
Look at B, though. It's only a P250, and that's where Nouns are leaning.
There was a 4-man stack towards me at the start of the round. What happened?
Yeah. And they went to a 1-3-1. Now they're getting Dumao back, which with Nekis appearing to rotate as they're leaning back B. They're reading into this well. They're going back to the stack. 1-1-3.
They're boosting the M4 up long to actually fight proper, which is what I want to see. I don't want to see them play passive. I want to see them contest that bomb plant this time around.
Nouns might book it A.
Yeah, they're reading into it as well. It's a game of cat and mouse. They chase each other across the map. Slowly cross middle. But Legacy are putting them on a timer. They're pressuring through cave. They're going to clear things out, and they're going to know 15 seconds or thereabouts. Martin just needs to buy time. Flank comes through for Nikis. He finds one. MP9 at range cannot drop Carson. Good pacing for him to swing, but Dumao's rifle is here now, and it will secure a 2-man advantage. Sadzine swinging will not stop the plant, but he'll distract. He'll run screens for Dumao, who finds one more before falling. Lato, his flank is good for another. As the P250 seals the fate of Nouns in this round. 6 for Legacy. Off the 4 spy with 3 surviving as well. Their economy's not going to be out of the woods. It's not going to be perfect. But that was quite the round to steal away.
Yeah, isolates both Nouns rounds as well, which is huge for Legacy. It's very difficult to win a Counter-Strike match if you can't string rounds together. And so far, the Nouns have been unable to do so. They've had opportunities. They've come close. They've come within a hair's breadth of victory in a lot of these rounds, but just haven't been able to get it over the finish line. And some of that comes down to missing shots. Junior's op comes back to haunt them, potentially. And Legacy are actually forced to take a tactical timeout here. They want to pause things and reset mentally, figure out what they need to do next. Do they try and go a little aggressive on the guns? I would not disagree with it. I have to agree with you. I think they've been way too passive, way too respectful on the B side in particular, and they haven't really forced Nouns to go mid or to go A. And if they can find a way to put Nouns into a position where they can't just rely on this B side take to get them a bomb plant, a lot of possibilities open up for Legacy on the CT side as we're getting into the final third of this first half.
It's surprising to me because they're playing so passive B, yet they aren't necessarily challenging Snake for middle. They're spawning from Donut, for example.
Oh, look at this.
Here we go. Some aggression. Mid. Nouns, a decisive change. Same for Legacy, though. A lot of mid control, but Nouns are slinking into A main. 3 players mid, 2 through the main. Bomb is there. It's going to be an A-site split, no doubt. Sadzine, though, a more aggressive posturing in Donut this time around. Finds one, falls back to a secondary angle. The smoke Donut, are they going to go through it, or are they going to try to go for a red wrap?
I would assume red wrap by the looks of things. They're going to rely on the 2 out of A main to take care of the Donut players, but Sadzine one up close on rush. CJ tries to go through. Carson through the smoke, falls to Nekis, who doubles up. Tindak down from behind by Junior, but he's now in a 1 versus 3, shakes the mouses. The situation almost unwinnable for him as his teammates all fall down. 1-2 on Junior, spray down. Does he know where Lato's coming from? Has a good idea. He could be coming from middle. Lots of ammunition in that AK. Lato in Junior spots, but Lato hits the headshot he needed to win the fight and the round. Legacy stay ahead again. But these rounds down to the wire, 1 player surviving again for the CT side. And Legacy continuing to limp forward in these rounds, but eventually they'll continue to limp to victory if they keep putting them on the board. The money might be bad. Sure, they might have to struggle to reinvest. Yes. But the round count will become insurmountable eventually, and they've just gotten over the halfway point. It's a half buy from Nouns that now opposes them. Lots of utility damage and a blind to CJ. Felled by Dumao. Nekis taken out by George, who's low on health. Now Sadzine deep in Temple. Dumao supporting, eliminates the first threat through A main. Martin, 1 for 1 in red. George upgrades, but he's now last alive, low on health, and now has none. Legacy, another, keeping 3 alive. Good for that CT economy. And Nouns running out of racetrack here in 8-4 half. The best they can hope for is far from ideal. And even that seems like a pitiful result considering how close they've come so often.
Been very close, but it's only good enough in horseshoes and hand grenades. Biggest adjustment I want to see is Junior off the op. That AK spray down, you don't want an op in Donut either. It makes you just so much more versatile, especially on a map like Ancient that isn't friendly to a T-sided op, yet they're still putting so much credence into it. Junior foregoing all utility to bring the op into play. To rival his adversary, Sadzine. Again, it's a lean towards Cat and Snake. And again, no pressure from Legacy. Lot though in Cave and Jaguar. Holding things down for the moment, but he's not going to commit to these fights. Just fall back as that smoke will subside shortly. Again, respectful from Legacy. Not what I would expect, again, from a South American and Brazilian core. A lot more of that characteristic aggression. The rounds being over sooner rather than later. He's speaking of sooner rather than later. It's a straight B play. The aggression Cave means a straight pop out the ramp. And it does work somewhat for Nouns as they find opportunities. It was on the back foot, but now it's an advantage. Sadzine, the Molotov is too shallow, and that gives Junior the opportunity to peek. 16 HP for the Opper. He'll walk into Junior's crosshair, and Junior will not miss that one. Trying to show us that the up is worth the investment. Right as I mentioned, it might not be. Nouns managed to bring it back. Some individuals popping off. George and Junior specifically. Legacy feeling the heat as well. Taking a second tactical timeout before the final round of the half.
Considering they're still looking at an 8-4 worst case scenario, the fact that Legacy have used 2 of their 3 timeouts in this first half is quite an interesting storyline. Also, both of their timeouts have been into these forced buy scenarios. They won their last force. Nouns have yet to string 2 rounds in a row together. And that double entry by CJ gave Nouns the space to exploit. George had a critical shot with a rifle. Junior had that last one nice and easy. The first one, though, onto the Cave player was even more impactful. And they were able to come away with a critical round at a late stage. Last round of the first half, Nouns need that 4th desperately. And it comes against a buy that, in theory, should be easier to handle. But 4-5-7s is not exactly the easiest task to try and clear out. The M4 in Dumau's hands, a daunting prospect as well. And he's down in middle behind the guise of a smoke, waiting to strike from the shadows. He'll pop through. The flash from Neckkeys to support, but Dumau instantly traded. Neckkeys falls as well, trying to peek through mid. And now a Molotov forces Sadzine closer into Donut, but this favors the 5-7 up around the corner. Flash early. Carson down, but Sadzine only good for 1. The Legacy down a man still as Nouns maintain a 1-player advantage. Martin 1 for 1 and 2 for 1. As we're down to a 1 versus 1 between Martin and CJ. Smoke over. Cross through. CJ swaps, and he has no bomb in his possession. It's guarded by the watchful eyes of Martin, who will go grab an AK as time has been purchased. And CJ, despite having full HP, needs to land 2 body shots, 1 headshot on his Brazilian opposition. Clearing around bottom middle. Now books it towards A. Believe Martin heard that as well. He's going to walk straight to A main as the bomb goes down. No kit, but it's not like a time battle is going to be a factor here. CJ has to be very careful of main as he runs wild to the door. Timing is everything! And CJ flicks around, hits the headshot, and gets Nouns an all-important 4th as we head to the second half.
Took a long while, but Nouns at long last slot 2 rounds in a row onto the scoreboard, bringing it back to a recoverable 4-8, I think is the best way to put it. It's Pineapple Phillips and Boggs on the mic. Carson and George, dually super soldiers. CJ getting a kit for going utility, actually dropping it around. In fact, 2 players for going armor instead. Legacy. One set utility spread out across Sudzin and Nakis. Where's it 2? It's 2. It's a P250 super soldier. I'm doing all my math wrong. Molly in towards Cave to throw a bit of a fake. It's actually a straight play through Red Room from Legacy. 4/5 of the squad here. It's going to be a wrap in towards A. 3 defenders are here, but are they postured for this kind of take is the question. Looks like they are. 1 for Lato, though, 1 for Dumao. It's all on Carson up top. At range, the dualies are going to struggle. They'll find their mark for 1. But it was a messy fight and no possibility for a second. Rush and George now outflanked and outskilled, perhaps now by Nakis. Spots them both. Ooh, a missed opportunity. George does get 1. But a war on a divided front is not something that Rush can win, no matter the form he's in. And right now, his form is not the best.
Yeah, and for Nouns overall, they just lost their pistol fights in the initial entry. Only 1 kill from Carson, everybody else getting steamrolled, and nothing George could do there. He won his fight against Lato, stabbed in the back. And actually, Nate, we are technically in the Ides of October, so it's a bit appropriate in that regard. But for Nouns, that pistol round was their opportunity. It was their one chance.
To make the uphill climb at least a little bit easier, perhaps their opportunity for a less steep grade.
Well, yeah, instead of a 90-degree flat face, it's about, 60, 70 degrees.
It's never going to be 90. It's always going to be an uphill. It's always going to be at least a nice 8. Now it's feeling more like 15. Maybe some ropes should be involved.
I'm saying right now for Nouns, it's a straight cliff. Sheer.
Wrong read coming through as well. Say back out of back end of B. I guess he'll take the site handedly, cleanly, like it was given to them. Only some paltry resistance at long. Martin might be content to take the duels. All 5 will be here shortly. On 10 slots, 2 gets 2, albeit at a cost of HP. Lato spams 1. Lato spams 2. Carson, the last alive, I believe, was in spawn for the longest while. Just the USP. Trying to goad someone into a fight that they will lose. He'll goad Barthene in, but the shots simply won't connect. Double digits secured for Legacy. 10-4. 6-round lead as well, and 3 rounds separating them from victory on their opponent's map pick. Rounds. Running out of racetrack at this point.
Nouns racetrack will just about come to a screeching halt if they're unable to find a victory in this round. They have to do it all here. Smokes go down. Utility rains in, and Lato storming through Cave, opens it up onto Rush, right-clicks the Molotov through, flashes in as well, blows the smoke asunder, and George is able to slink by to stay alive. Carson, that's a big pickup onto Nekis, but he takes a dink in due turn, and has to back away in this 4 versus 4. CJ taking up his post in towards House, will peek his head out, and spot out nothing as he'll rotate away, leaving the mid area abandoned. The Molotov lets him know there's at least somebody there. And George goes 1 for 1 with Lato Bartin trading it out. A 3 versus 3 is not a good spot to be in for Nouns, even though the health is just about equivalent across these 2 teams. Nouns need players alive to build up that economy, even if they win this round. I do like this push from Carson, but it's still a really bad spot to be in for Nouns.
I like it as well. Gives them the opportunity to keep 2 on B. Like Dumao and Bartin will activate late. Hopefully off of some success on Sadzin's front in towards Red Room. I shouldn't go back towards Donut. Speaking of, Carson seemingly reading this, seemingly finding a way to understand this. He's come back out of A main, is playing an off angle. The health for both entries is low. 1 for 1 is good for Carson. Can he find more? No. Dumau, clean trade, grabs the bomb, will plant as well. The wrap in from Red Room secures the back line, and in fact, it gives Sadzine a second onto CJ in rotation. Junior gets the information, but also gives it away as well, and able to win the fight cleanly. And now, the clutch is on. He has a kit, but no utility, and 2 players against him ready to swing off of contact. Dumau just slipping that gap perfectly. Standing up, spots the head, gets some damage in. Sadzine swings off contact, very nearly caught. But he does best Junior in that duel. 11 secured for Legacy. They take the first rifle round. Nouns get some kills, but nothing much in the grand scheme of things. And yeah, at this point it does feel like everything's all but over. Legacy, 2 away. They have the rifles. Nouns will half buy, in hopes of at least buying a little bit more time.
At this point, that's all it seems like, is buying time. And as Mirage is map number 2, it seems that Nouns' time in the upper bracket is coming to a swift conclusion. Flash in towards Jaguar. Lato clearing it out. Molotov to force players away in cave. Carson hops away as Rush still holds the close angle. A smoke from Carson. May see him swing on through, but it's predicted. He doesn't swing through, waits that out, and then crosses late. Slow, steady, probing round from Legacy, as they'll look to find a window to exploit. Lato, still in cave. 2 of his teammates towards B ramp. 2 looking for options towards A and Donut. Nouns still on those pistols. Need a stroke of luck. And actually, they might be given it, as Legacy have taken so long to make a play. The 5.7s, the P250, the SMG will thrive in a late sight take in the chaos. But the stack is about to fall. The rotation goes towards A. CJ has a 5.7 and information, but the long rotation will just about wall them out of this round. Legacy have a free plant coming through here, a mid player to lock it down in Nagiz. I don't see a world in which Nouns can pull this off, although that actually opens things up.
There's some
rifle armor. There's something.
But no kit, and a lot of more players to find. This player naming has to do a lot. The issue is, even if he can, it's just a stack and donut. Simply should be too hard to disentrench. 1 for 1. 2, 3 going the way of Legacy, but 2 for Nouns makes this still doable. The issue is time is so low already. And again, no kit.
It's over.
They're going to save the rifles instead. Can't say I hate the idea, but given where they're at, it's playing for a tomorrow that might never come. Dumau finds 1, falls with the ship. 12-4. CJ, better make that AK worth a heck of a lot in this round.
That AK is going to have to pay massive dividends, not just in this round, but in 8 straight if Nouns want overtime on their pick. They demolished Wildcard on this map yesterday, but the score here on map number 1 of this series, 1 round from being identical to their first map loss against Wildcard in the opening round. George goes forward. Rush does as well. George is still alive, but Rush is fallen. George runs out of ammunition. Lotto's on 1 HP. George just got CS-go'd, or I guess it would be CS2'd now. But that is unlucky, and luck has not been with the Nouns. Carson debrained by Lotto. And CJ and Junior, the last 2 alive. CJ now running into Lotto as the smoke comes through. 1 kill out of 4 required to stay alive. Knife out, not checking deep. Will cross through towards Donut. The bomb is going towards A as well, but will he expect the backstab? Most likely not. And now off of that information, The bomb rotates to be on the back of Sadzine, and Carson shut down by Dumao. And Nouns fall to Legacy 13-4 on their own map. Pick! And all those potential storylines, Nate. Everything we built up relied on Nouns having something to work with off of the back of an Ancient win. Ancient is anything but a win. It is a tomb for the Nouns.
It's a tomb. It is a difficult prospect. We said the individuals from Legacy perhaps could be slow to start. That would give them an opportunity. It's very clear that Legacy came to play. They were warmed up. They were ready. We saw glimmers of hope. Specifically 3 lineups. 2 for George, 1 for Junior. It really gave them some hope to cling to, but in the end, it just simply was not enough. And it was a very one-sided affair, 13-4. Legacy taking their opponent's map pick. Now, where does our storyline go, Box? Because it's been torn asunder at the outset of this series.
Well, the storyline goes to the other logical conclusion, I think, is that if Nouns aren't able to scrape together something in a 2-1 fashion, it's going to be a Legacy 2-0. And swift. Again, now Nouns have won 1 out of 13 maps against Legacy all time. They have lost 12 straight maps against this Legacy roster.
Not painting a pretty picture.
No. No, it's some serious demons they'll have to exercise, and Mirage has been the worst of them all.
And the thing that sticks out to me was our post-game interview yesterday, first off, with Jordan, which was very insightful. He said that they take their timeouts when they need, when they see there's something wrong. They only used 1 timeout in this game, and when it goes as rough as this, and they can't find something specifically wrong to slow down and talk about, when you're left at a loss at this kind of point, it feels kind of self-defeating.
I have to agree, though. I didn't see anything necessarily wrong with how they played. Our Kitty player to watch, though, was Dumao. He had a lot of impact. Very solid performance. 16 and 6, 96 ADR, 2.67 on that kill-death ratio. But everybody on Legacy had a strong game. Lato, Naki, some pretty important situations that they stood up, and Sadzine really was the quietest player on the op. He didn't have to do all that much. Let his riflers kind of go in and do all the dirty work for him.
Yeah, Legacy came out the gate swinging. They looked very solid. Nouns, again, glimmers of hope, glimmers of promise here and there. But being at a loss because, again, they're playing their own game. They have some very solid setups, and yet they're still unable to come up when it matters versus Legacy. A 13-4 scoreline, again, without really being able to point out what went wrong other than the individuals besting you. It's a very difficult prospect heading into that second map.
Yeah, it's a bleak prospect heading into Mirage. It's an 0-3 record for Nouns against Legacy on our second map, but that doesn't mean that can't change here and now with their backs against the wall. Don't go anywhere, because when we return, we'll have map number 2 in this playoff best of 3 between Nouns and Legacy. We'll see you all after the break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our continued broadcast of Legacy versus Nouns in the upper bracket round 2 of ECL North American Season 48 playoffs. It's Pineapple Phillips and Boggs on the mic. We're coming hot off the heels of a rather dismal first map for Nouns. It was their pick of Ancient, and they stumbled, they fell 13-4 on the very map, and now they have to face an uphill battle to come back. They pulled off a reverse sweep yesterday, but they have to start it with a Mirage victory, which they have lost 3 times and won 0 times versus Legacy over the last month.
Yeah, it has been a brutal string of Mirage maps for Nouns against this Legacy team. Nouns have not really had much good success on this map in general as of late. Their wins are not terribly notable. I mean, they have a win against Boss, a win against Elevate, 1-1 record against NRG in the last 3 months, but most of their wins come against bottom-tier ECL competition or teams that are in that top echelon of advanced, and it's just not enough of a metric to really get me believing, especially after what I saw, again, in this first map. It was a skill diff overall in favor of Legacy. Nouns didn't necessarily do anything wrong. Couple of missed shots here and there, but that shouldn't have rated a 13-4 difference. Legacy were pound for pound, blow for blow, the far superior team. It wasn't even close. And Nouns do get that CT side start. Sure, the double dual Berettas are going to have to do something, but it's 0-2 on the pistol rounds, and not in a close fashion either. They've been blown out.
They have, and Legacy have another wacky and zany call up their sleeve, and that Keys has some utility. It's Glocks otherwise. 1 P250 actually on lot, though. The models look similar. Play up middle towards connector, it appears. Smoke jungle. Junior on site with the USP has the range advantage. He'll find one. Spots a second jumping around. Actually gets a second as well. Third for Rush as he catches the player swinging from CT. George drops Sadzine. And Rush puts the final nail in the coffin. You said Nouns need pistol rounds. And it seems you brought it to fruition as it was a clean and flawless one for Nouns in the first of Mirage.
They needed a pistol round, they needed a fast start in the map, and they got it just now with a clean pistol victory over Legacy. Not losing a single member. We have 4 rifles up for the Noun side as well. MP9 for CJ. He has that kit too. A good amount of utility, all things considered. They've bought down everything, but they've used a lot of it early on, and Legacy are just waiting for a mid-push. They're not actually going for anything. So that Molotov used... useless. The smoke doesn't do anything. Legacy sending a probe in through apartments while getting that bulk. Those 4 players just wait for a C push. And Nouns don't seem too inclined to give it to them yet. But Nouns have shown a tendency to be overzealous and impatient in certain situations. This one would be one of them. And this might turn out to be an incredible read from Legacy here. Although they're starting to move out towards middle. Junior's here to receive the first contact. It's a wild spray from him, and he finally takes down one after using 19 rounds. Goes 1 for 1 at mid-window range with an M4 against Glocks. And that is not a good start here for Nouns. They've already dropped 1 player. And Legacy pumped the brakes again.
40 seconds left. The name of the game is damage for them. Fall before time and get damage. That's all you really want to do. Maybe get bomb plant. Maybe. They full saved this round. Sadzine grabbed that rifle in window, snuck right on out, and is now jumping up to look for George. George knows it's a possibility. The duel is won by neither party. Dink on the Demau through the wall. There's support from the FAMAS as well now. Carson up top, looking to shut down the con play. It should be an easy mop-up, but I said that Sadzine finds another. Demau finds another as well. The last 2 defenders are both here. He's going to try to plant the bomb, force their hand, and he will be successful there. But 3 falling, including 2 rifles, is leaving a lot to be desired against literally Glocks and 1 P250.
Yeah, George got blindsided coming through ladder room, not expecting Sadzine around, and he got a free kill onto George with the salvaged M4. See, Be for now, because you have the M4, you have the utility relegated to an MP9. Legacy, though, have AKs and utility across the board, and they're going to sprint out. Hey, I like this call. Fast contact, smokes going out after they've already made some pushing towards the site. A little bit of mid as well, and I don't know why you're shooting at your own teammate there, but no damage done, so that's good. 2 kills come through from the Nouns, but Sadzine dropping down, eliminates Carson into turn. Up comes Martin. CJ up between a rock and a hard place. Sidearm out. He will fall. Junior through that smoking jungle. Martin backs away towards connector. The bomb down on A. Does Junior face? Does Junior cross? He does, and Martin headshot connects. And Legacy come away with their first round of this map. And I said missed a round. Could have been the last round where Legacy, the one before, I should say, which Legacy won instead of the last round. It comes down to the wire again, but how many situations early on Ancient did we see Nouns be 1 kill away from a round victory? And they just let it slip through their fingers too many times. And if that same trend continues on Mirage, we're going to see a very similar result.
Even more one-sided because unlike Ancient, Nouns is on the CT side. Scrappy losses and close victories is going to be all the more difficult to buy around on the CT side. They're going to go for the force buy in round number 4. Scout for Junior, some 5.7s, and an MP9 for George. All with some aggression. I like this. Nouns answering aggression with aggression, pushing through apartments 2, getting control. Carson and George there. Meanwhile, the Legacy are pouncing in towards A. Belabored spray for Lotto finds the start. CJ down. And Martin was studiously holding for this exact play. He unseats both easily. Junior and Rush. 1 CT, 1 now doubling back. Actually, Junior's going to go save. Already calling it quits. Legacy, a clean one. Potentially. As Nouns are confidently called out on their aggression.
Yeah, this is collapsing already for Nouns. It is not looking good for the North American team. And that's about as lightly as I can put it. Junior's going to die here. It's just to whom?
Maybe not.
Wow, okay. He actually survives. I don't like Sadzine fighting that late with that little health.
Into 5.7. He doesn't give the rifle away, I think was his plan. If he's alone, he doesn't want to give it early in case Junior can cross and grab the rifle. I guess.
I feel like that's reasonable.
Trying to give him some benefit of the doubt. Also an update for you, Boggs. NRG took map number 1 versus M80 13-8.
Yeah, that's a bit of an upset on map number 1. It was a Mirage map, if I remember right. And so NRG picking into the underdog map. It works out for them. Legacy picking into this as the favorite as they love this map. And Nouns failed to win on this map against them. So it's a smart Veto pick here by Legacy. And they've got a wide open A site to get that bomb down on. A couple other updates, Nate. Party Astronauts took out ESL's Laser 13-7 on their opening map. And Wildcard beat Boss on Boss's map pick 13-6 of Nuke. So Wildcard back to their winning ways after a couple map slide versus Nouns.
Taking the wind out of a Boss fan's sails real quick there, Buster.
I'm sorry.
Their map pick, lower bracket.
I figured it would be easier to break the news to you this way.
Difficult. They can rebound. Nouns, though, trying to go for a bit of a mind play. Perhaps feinting that they have some upgraded weapons worth wrenching from their hands. Of course, Legacy seemed to be a step ahead in almost every respect. Holding the flank in round, what was that, round 3 or round 4? Just going A when it was completely empty in this round. Not hunting the USPs, even though they really didn't get confirmation there were USPs in hand. Legacy just, again, looking a cut above. Nouns, a chance to tie things back up. Rifles in hand, including the op for Junior. It should be much more well at home on the CT side of Mirage. Legacy as well have an op of their own on Sadzin. Swinging from Dual middle. He's still rocking the Galil, and it's working for him. Carson caught the IGL down early. No trades possible. Legacy running the motions, getting mid control, and going from there.
That shot from Junior, if it connected, would have given them a nice evener. Not an advantage, but an evener. That shot does not connect.
One smoke in a minute 10.
Yeah,
One smoke in an 8.
It's not good. And they're down a man, too, on top of it all.
Pace. Looks like they're trying to get mid control, throwing that smoke bottom con to go from there, but yields nothing. George finally finds something as Legacy try to get aggressive once more. Junior as well catches Naki's shouldering, so things swing back in their favor in spite of the lack of utility. Dumal, Galil's going to struggle, and struggle it does. Does not connect any shots. CJ swinging catches Barthin as the smoke blooms, and Mato finds himself alone. AK in hand, and a belabored spray does not connect onto Rush. Right, as we were saying that Nouns might be down for the count, they swing out, they take confident fights, and they shut down Legacy's rifle round.
It's a good, strong win from Nouns despite going down a man early. I feel like it's a little too early to get really bullish on Nouns, though, still, given the pistol, the anti-eco they had on round 2. That really comes back into the forefront of my mind as a major concern. And just in general, looking at Ancient too, Nouns did not really have too much going for them on a map they're much better on than they are on Mirage. But it starts with some confidence, and maybe Nouns can actually get some after that rifle round victory. Have to be careful not to get overconfident, though, and throw away advantages that they don't need to be testing. They're using a lot of that utility early again here. They have quite a bit more to start with this round than they did last. But it's still starting to run a little bit dry. Junior, though, an opening kill onto Barthin. That is utilizing that op well to get opening advantages. And Mirage is a map which historically Junior has had some good performances on, so that could be what pulls Nouns up to a strong CT start half.
It could be the individuals waking up. Junior hitting a shot. CJ as well doing some work, and as is Rush. Sadzin swinging out ramp, though. Catches Junior looking. Good shot as he springs through the smoke. 45 seconds left, though. Legacy switching gears, looking to go towards B. And the key's getting apartments control. Rush, though, on Catwalk. Posted. Ready for that play. Catches him. Lead reestablished. Legacy, though, not dissuaded from going towards B. They're still going to force the issue. Rush now underneath. Repositioning. He's going to be tested here shortly. 20 seconds left. Does he jump up? He might. Dumal. Holding. Looking for something. 10 seconds left. It's got to be safe. It's got to be. Mato gets one hunting. The other two in the apartments are just sitting. It is confirmed to save. 3 seconds left. They're going to spam to show some presence. Lots of damage exchanged. I don't think anyone else will fall. No, they don't. Nouns retake the lead. 4-3. Let's see. For the first time, we see time getting away from them in a round.
Yeah, that timeout. Legacy do not like Nouns having a lead here. It's the first time Nouns have led all evening. And this buy is going to be a little bit rough utility-wise for the T side. Naki's at 2,800, Barthin at 2,500. Won't even have AKs in their hands. Nouns just need to stabilize things, win a couple of convincing gun rounds in a row, build that CT economy. And then we can start talking about a strong Nouns half and what they need to do on the T side to punch this map in their favor and go to a third. But they'll have to buck a trend, a 3-round slide on this map against Legacy alone. And it's a mid-play from Nouns. Carson forced away by utility, backs into Con, and Junior and George leave window. So everything will go to a bit more passive of a hold. A flash high. Barton still wins that fight, though. Carson's done. That's an opening pick for Legacy, despite being lesser on the weapons. The gun unrecoverable as of now. Junior was there for it. Smoke blown open. Rush peeking through. Lato's got this fight, though. That's smoke too deep for Rush, as his head shows before he sees Lato. And that's aggression from Nouns that costs them again, Nate. And battling back from a 3 versus 5 is not going to be an easy task.
No, it's not, even if some of these players are compromised in terms of weaponry. Junior is up, needs to be a hero again. CJ as well. But this is exactly where Nouns typically get antsy and get caught out in rotation. These are exactly the types of mid-rounds that Legacy want. Slow things down. Group up. And hopefully catch someone before the take proper comes through. 3-man stack, gamble stack from Nouns. If Legacy go towards A, they might just call the save. But in fact, it's going to be this B-side execute. Junior, Ops 1. Players are struggling to get out of the choke points in the smoke. Sudzine finally drops, gets one, only one. The keys a trade, and Lumao the final. It could have been something for Nouns with all 3 there, but unfortunately they only find 2. Legacy tie it right back up. As we mentioned, trading rounds like this does not help, especially not on the CT side.
No, you're not going to win a series trading rounds back and forth. Especially when the other team picks up wins in succession. Nouns now on pistols, USPs, and the P250. A sad sight for Nouns, as they had an opportunity to make a secure CT side. Now, they push again, more acceptable on the pistols, and are demolished nonetheless. Just George and Rush left standing, and not for long. Nikes to push into CT and finish the job. Jump spots ticket, sprays away, only gets 1. And actually, Rush got another one before he fell. 2 kills off the pistols is not too bad, but not too bad. Kills on pistols is not enough for this Nouns team.
No, they can't be doing okay. They have to be doing great at this point. They find themselves at even footing, which on paper isn't terrible. But it's the CT side of Mirage, their opponent's map pick. Pressure is on. Legacy, a very CT-sided team, 58.1 win percentage on the CT side. Whereas for Nouns, they're slightly CT-sided. Okay on the T side as well, but as you mentioned, against far more tame opponents. George, allowed to live. Lumao doesn't want to hunt this. He doesn't want to give away 3rd rifle. Makes sense. Wants to build that T-side economy as quickly as possible, going into this later stage of the first half. Legacy again, reassert their lead. Nouns once more have a chance at that.
But they're going to be running out of at-bats soon. They have to get on base here to continue with the baseball metaphors, Nate. They've not been doing a good enough job of that. And when they do, they leave runners stranded. Another mid play. Junior peeking deep into underpass. Sees nothing. No peeks from up top. That Nate will actually give him some information, though. That at least there's one towards stairs. But Junior putting a lot of impetus on this push. Is now going to play aggressive bottom mid with an op. That is a choice. The smoke at Spigot forces Nikes away and to use a smoke to escape. And with a $110 to go, we're still sitting here at a 5 versus 5. A little bit of chip damage done to Nikes, and that's it. But the utility for Nouns is quite poor. They only have 1 kit. And Legacy are moving into the site. They only have 1 player positioned at, and that's Rush. He's the B anchor, the lone man standing. We'll have Junior to help him out a little bit. There is George on catwalk as well. Nouns are reading this surprisingly well.
They're playing the double cap position. Junior is holding with the op at window. This is looking good for them. George finally picking up catwalk. Doesn't spot them out, but he should hear the steps now. Yep, catches him from the side. Good find. Advantage secured at 30 seconds left. Double, 2-man, 3-man. Junior gets one rushing into B, and Legacy, this delayed play towards B they've been so insistent on has collapsed once more. Sadzine going to save his gun. He can drop a rifle next round as well to the Mao. And off the back of that, they should have a solid buy, but Legacy seems so bent on burning down the clock, burning down the time. It has not worked for them. Sadzine, not long for the world. This is the first shot. There's 2 players here. If he found the first on the rechamber, he would not have found the second. Nouns again tying things up, keeping 4 alive as well. Important to note. Still anybody's half as well.
It is still anybody's half. It's quite open. Legacy forcing in with AKs, Galil, and 2 MAC-10s. Utility there as well. Round 11 of 12 in the first half. Nouns need a 7-5 for sure. Junior eats quarter of his health in the flames, but he'll take a more advanced position. That's a great spot for George. Carson peeks out low as well, and he takes one down with him before falling. 2-for-1 trade in middle. An advantage to play with for Nouns, and an early bit of not aggression by the typical Nouns standard of pushing in, but just taking a peek, popping a smoke, peeking on through. Much more recoverable if things don't go right on the initial peak. That's a good change for Nouns. And for them, it's hopefully not too little too late, but Rush's aggression is pushed through Palace. The bluff is called by Lato. And now this 3 versus 3 opens up a lot more opportunities for Legacy. Although it seems they're going to elect to go back to this B take. No. They're going to walk it back. And presumably go off Lato's position towards A ramp and end towards that A site.
The watch call, only 1 player here. Nouns have read into the fact that it's been a B-favored affair for Legacy thus far. All 3 grouping up. Smoke in towards Palace for CJ, support from his teammate. It's a straight contact play from Legacy. They'll walk out. CJ just crouched at default. Do they clear him? Do they find him cleanly? Molly top balcony. Won't be respecting this just crouch play. 8 seconds left. They sidestep him. He'll drop the bomb. He'll drop 2. Might even find the 3rd. No, the MAC-10 sprays him down, but it doesn't matter. The round is lost. It's forfeit. Martin now incredibly low. A nade would do him in. He's going to try to hide. George can't throw the Molotov quickly enough. He'll jump up and try and find the kill. Martin survives by the skin of his teeth. Nouns find a way to get the 6. And yeah, Legacy again letting the time run too dry. Decided to call a tack timeout once more.
That's a really well done round by CJ too, just delaying. I'm sure we'll see it on the replay here, just waiting it out. We see the result of his trials. And I feel like if he swaps to his sidearm, he probably survives or at least buys enough time to where a trade is possible. But that's nitpicking. He did his job. He takes the bomb down first. He takes the next guy down, does everything possible to secure the round as the lone man, buying time. He goes above and beyond. And I do like that hunt on Bartin as well. George has enough money to fully invest in. He does not have a helmet, which actually might come to bite him, as none of these Legacy players have AKs. But still, he has all the utility he needs. And taking that rifle out of Bartin's hands would have been so huge. He would have had nothing into this round too. So, I do like that hunt. It was worth the risk. And Legacy now, looking for a Palace pop coming through. CJ's the anchor again. And he does not really have any help in the vicinity. Carson has the Molotov and an M4 down in bottom con. But a lot's going to rest on the shoulders of CJ to King. He reigned supreme on the last round, and he's got help from Carson here. That smoke misses ticket booth as well. Lots of room as CJ swings out for 1. 2 kills to Nouns as the pistols cannot flood forward. The bomb is stranded out in the open. Legacy try the fast play, and it fails. They'll go back to the drawing board here, but a 7th round becomes likely for Nouns here, as a 7-5 lead would give them something to work with into a must-win second half of this series, the second map of this upper bracket round 2 matchup with Legacy, the #1 seed in the overall season of ESL Challenger League North America too. Keep an eye on Dumao, though, looking out towards middle. Legacy playing with every ounce of time they have to work with. Every grain of sand in the hourglass. They are not afraid to use it all.
Bomb at least. Flashing not deep enough for Junior, and Rush drops Sadzine down below bottom stairs. Carson the second, the third the way of Junior, and Nouns, a return to form, stringing rounds together. The individuals at long last coming alive. The question is, will it be enough heading into the T side of Mirage, or will they fall in 2-0 fashion? We'll find out after the break.
We're back here with the second half pistol round. Nouns are down a map, but they're up in map number 2. It's Boggs and Pineapple Phillips here. Nouns, if they want to stay alive in the upper bracket, need to find a way to spell their loss streak against Legacy on this map. And it starts with the second half pistol round victory. Junior, one on the Bartin, knows where Dumao is as well, and that there's a second player on the site, B proper. Rush spams away, charges out, finds a second. He's got friends with him. CJ dives down. Sadzine has only that one so far. Naki's backstabbed by CJ. Sadzine domed by the very same. Lato catches the lurk, but they know exactly where he's coming from. Bomb plant secured. Time is ticking. I don't believe there's a kit available for Lato to pick up either. He has 3 players to dispatch. Not a lot of time to do it. Nouns looking for an 8th. Looking for more of a foundation to build off of. As Lato churns in towards the site, clearing every single angle. Misses the first few taps. Goes back for more. His time's over. Junior puts him down. And Nouns, the boon they needed in the second half, has been gained. But it's only the first step to this map victory, Nate. They need to limit those losses to the pistols.
Yes, they do. Question will be, does Legacy force? And I already have my answer.
Oh, yes, they do.
2 scouts, 2 5-7s, make that 3. 2 players without Kevlar are going to struggle. It's Nakis and Sadzin. Nouns. SMG-centric, riding high, going aggressive over towards B. Nakis is here with his scout, though. This is going to be deceptively useful, even body shots. We'll soften them up for the 5-7s. Good shot onto George. Tags him down to 12. Set control's been taken. Hands off from Legacy. I didn't even mean an outright save from the start. It looks like it will. Don't hate the idea. That means a rather lackluster end, anticlimactic end to the force buy round.
I do like the saves here, though. I think this is something that should be a little more common, is teams saving when they have 5 alive on the force buys. Because it gives you a second try with it. You're obviously not going to have a full buy in the next round, so might as well give it another shot. It's a good call. And also, if you do get hunted and you get a kill or two, even better.
Some upgrades.
Terrorists win.
All 5 will survive for both teams, though. Nouns up by 4 and at 9. A likely 10th as well, unless Legacy's half buy, or I don't want to call it half buy. It was a force buy, but no investments to follow it up. Are able to find anything. Same 3 MAC-10s and 2 Galils for Nouns. Aggression mid is the call this time. Lotto dropping under quickly. Might have slipped the gap, but there are at least 2 players in the apartments that might have to deal with them.
Rush circumnavigates the nade, and he wins that duel relatively clean. Junior falls in the meantime, though. Carson's Mac 10 takes a long time. He'll get that reload off. CJ spots out Dumao, but Carson falls before CJ's able to connect those shots. CJ now running to join up with Rush on an entry towards B. Sadzin misses the Apps player, tags down CJ, but does not finish him off. The Molotov to give time for Rush to plant, but a lot rests on the veteran's shoulders now, as CJ only has 10 HP. 1 bullet from the MAC-10 will put him down. Same with the Scout, as obvious. And both players are actually going to go towards apartments. I like this rotation coming through. Actually, never mind. Nikis is on Cat. Dumao's up in apartments. But I do like this split regardless. It's a very good idea to go for this here. And Rush has a lot of work to do. Can't really take a tag. That's massive start onto Dumao. He peeks out. The missed shot from Nikis gives Rush the opportunity to punish. As Nouns now 10-5 up on Legacy, who are going to be fully investing into this round to try and kickstart that comeback. But Nouns have given themselves the opportunities to bring us to a third and completely upturn everything we thought possible looking at the Veto.
Yes, they have. As I mentioned, the closest the Nouns have gotten on this map is 7 in the 3 head-to-heads they have in the last month. They've already exceeded that expectation. The question is, can they actually get a victory? Can they get that second out of 13 or 14 at that point? As you mentioned prior. Good nade. Timely nade into apartments from Martin. They still come in. Dumao supporting on Catwalk. Get some information. Does not get the kill. Actually dinks through the wall as well. Martin at bench tested. First secured. Second spotted. Second secured. Running out of ammo. Can't find the third. CJ springing through the smoke. Gets the trade. Still an advantage for Legacy, but they don't have a lot of utility for the retake. CJ's stuck at bench with the bomb. He's got to cross out, but the op is already posted. Throw the smoke. A re-smoke at window as well. Should give him the crossing he needs. The nade, though, so good. If Winmore's dunked in, he would fall. Dumao timings everything in towards apartments. He falls. Will Carson expect Nakis, though, is the question. Swing out. Nakis gets the kill. CJ and Junior, and just Junior. That nade lands perfectly. A little bit later than I expected, but it still connects, leaving just the Opera on the AK. 1v3 on Catwalk. Swings out for the first. Big one to find. Second, potentially, no. It's the up of Sadzine to get a trade from Door instead. And Legacy to stay alive with the 6th. However, they lose 3 players, and that is very costly for their economy.
Yeah, very costly indeed. And for Nouns, they still have some money to reinvest, especially with the saved bank accounts and the bomb plant, but it's not a great T-side economy just yet. Legacy should be a little worried after that round, but it's Nouns who called the timeout. They thought it should have been cleaner. They thought there's something to fix, and they not wait around to call their timeouts. They'll use it whenever they feel it's necessary. It's going to give them some time to organize, figure out what the strategy will be, and execute it in their minds to perfection. Legacy still have that op in Sadzin's hands. Lato, Dumao, Nekis, particularly the latter two, you want to see heat up a little bit. Sadzin on the CT side, you should expect to see that op have a lot more impact. But Dumao and Nekis in particular, very slow map. And that's not a good sign for Legacy here, as this is a very important map for them. This is the difference between a 2-0, or you give Nouns life into what should be a pretty scrappy Nuke.
Give them life, give them hope, give them confidence. It's a very scary prospect. We saw what the confidence gave them in that first half. Still full rifles for them. It's AKs across the board. Economy isn't the best for Nouns. If they don't get the bomb plant and with some damage, they'll probably be on a save. And rather bare bones one at that. Nouns leaning towards B once more. Both teams were pretty insistent on the B play. Well, Nouns might be thinking better of it as Carson and George. Never mind, the double back. Minute left. Who's here to defend? Martin and Dumao. Both playing on the site proper as well. Not playing market, not playing catwalk. Instead, holding things down up close and personal. Rush. Man, the point man in. Up top, spotted. Taken down by Dumao. Second shot heard from Van, though. They'll probably have to clear him out. Martin, no! Actually gets an opportunity, misses it. Dumao has to do it all. 2 and 3. Sadzine on the up finds one as well on the Carson Jr. He's out of the choke point. But he's again in a 1vx, a 1v4 this time around. Position given away. The nade is good. And he'll be subsequently found by Dumao's M4. Very well done from Legacy, playing up close, playing with the rotations, and securing a 7th, 2 in a row, and now resetting Nouns' economy.
That's a Dumao hero play. 4 kills, all just shutting it down. Great work by Dumao, who needed to heat up. He had a very slow T side, and now he rockets towards the top of the board. Nouns on pistols, as they cannot afford to invest fully into this one. Not looking too great for the Nouns. And Dumao will continue his tear with another one. Nekis comes through to help out. CJ's very low. And the wounded Nouns member will be finished off by Dumao eventually. Sadzine adds another, with just Carson left standing. A 2-round game is all we see now, as Legacy have clawed back despite losing the pistol and the next 2. But Nouns, they have a bye to keep their lead and push towards map victory. If they lose this round, then things get shaky, and this is a really good timeout to take. You don't have a good position right now. You are on a knife's edge. Yes, you do have a lead still, but you lose this, it's gone. Evaporated into the wind. And Legacy has full momentum, full control on their best map, statistically win rate rise. And for Nouns, all that you built up with that first half and then the first 3 on the pistol collapse and fall, and the demons rear their ugly heads again.
Getting Getting full off after the appetizer, I think is the best way to put it. They got the first 3. Nice start. But they slowed down when the entree came through, and unfortunately for them, the majority of the half is rifles. Should be rifles, I think is actually the better way to put it. And if they can't stomach these rifles, these rifle rounds, they will lose in spite of the advantage they built early on. They say eating is a marathon, not a race.
Eating is a very fun experience. At least, I would like to think it is.
Hot take.
I enjoy my food, Nate.
I don't know how to respond. I think everybody does for the most part. I hope.
I hope.
Boost up on Catwalk. New look from Legacy, trying to catch somebody off. You know he works, but Rush doesn't commit. Slower look for Nouns as they look a little bit more trepidatious, a little bit more questioning. Slowing down, getting control of middle, but this is the trap that Legacy fell into in the first half. Slow down too much, and you'll find yourselves with no utility and no time. Rush, sit in the window. 40 seconds left now. Cody being thrown over towards A.
It all relies on George. That's huge. Flash from Junior. George swings out, takes control of the site. Sadzina Nikis backed away to ticket booth. Bomb plant down. 5 alive to hold by Nouns, but they have no more utility to use to give them some space. 1 flash for Sadzine, and Legacy are waving the flag of retreat. They're falling back. They're saving what they have. And with $5,000 across the board, except for Bartin, I really don't know how to feel about this.
They're caught without much inroads in towards A, and no utility to find said inroads. They had kits, sure. That plant towards triple boxes proves to be pretty difficult to unseat, especially when you have a lot of mid-control for the T side. But yeah, not too hot on the capitulation so early. They don't have a lot of room to work with. 11-8 for Nouns. 2 more and they'll have this map. Legacy, though, still full rifle buys. It'll be anything but easy for this T side.
Back in with the rifles. The op for Sadzine, which has not had the most impact for this team. Nekis around the edge of that smoke. Does Rush expect it? That smoke might get him. No, he's not even going to clear it. He's not even going to contemplate the idea that there's somebody to the right. That's a free pick for Legacy to work with. No refrag potential either. The worst part of that is Nouns start down a man. CJ just a little bit too late on that attempted return. And Legacy now can play passive and slow and wait for Nouns to execute somewhere.
They can sit happy with the advantage. Nouns going towards B once again, all 4 grouping up just under the minute mark now. Plenty of time. Dumao and Bartin are both here. Bartin up top, Dumao down below. And is the execute thrown. Smoke perfectly timed from Legacy. Stymies this play right in his track. The Molotov will force Bartin out, and he's actually tagged through the Molotov, stuck in it and burned alive. Dumao now going to be pressured in a big way. Trying to hold is caught, very well read by Nouns. The player Catwalk is in the keys, and he fares no better. 12 looking very likely now as Sadzine tries to make a hero play coming through the smoke. The scope should surely have been heard. He'll find the kill. He'll stop the plant. 15 seconds left, and Lato's round 2 as well. This round's not over. It's been spun on its head. 2 versus 1 advantage Legacy as George races forward trying to find the one on site. If he can do so, he can get the plant. The issue is time is just simply too low. Sadzine, the no scope for a bit of extra flair. And what looked like a 12th for Nouns is ripped away from them by the ping pong back and forth between back sight and Catwalk.
A timeout, the third and final called by Nouns, as they find themselves up against the wall. Not on the scoreboard, but that round is a gut punch. They win that round, and Legacy are to the drawing board, reinvesting whatever they can scrap together to keep themselves alive on their pick and stave off a third map of Nuke. Meanwhile, Legacy hold on. Their save of 4 rifles looks quite prophetic in the end. And Nouns have 2 Galils to fight with here. 3 AKs, the utility non-existent for CJ, just that one flash. And you can't help but wonder what would have happened if Rush did not die so early in that last round. Great double kills coming in on that B hold. That whole situation was forced because of that early death by Rush.
Still feels like Nouns had the read through and through. It's the individuals from Legacy just waking up, though.
Mm-hmm. And Rush is dead again early. This
Critical piece to
underpass
lose.
play has been red.
Critical piece to lose. Legacy switching up their holds once more. Spacing out the utility well. Nouns, again, these teams seem dead set on going B. Gonna try once more. Bit of a fake over towards A. Hopefully George can throw that successfully. The bomb is still in apartments. 40 seconds left. It's gonna be Carson splitting from Catwalk. Spam comes in. Carson's caught though. One arm of this take disassembled. Saad Zine drops George's lurk. The final 2 coming through the smoke are heard. Barthin 1. Damage onto the second. Dumao just gonna play for time. Junior. Again a 1vx. The flash is so good. Dumao peeks eventually. Gets the kill. Gets an AK. And this B take falls far flatter than the one prior. Legacy 1 away from tying it up. And Nouns with next to nothing in the bank.
And this should be a tie game, just about locked. All but secured a tie scoreline have Legacy. 2 Tech 9s, 2 Deagles, and a P250 to oppose them. Bartine spots and is spotted. Nades and does 12 points of damage.
He's alone this time. He needs to be careful.
He could get overwhelmed if they elected to go through, but they don't.
That's what I was worried about. Him getting overwhelmed.
Mm-hmm. But they're playing scared, Nate.
It's pistols, you shouldn't be.
This Nouns team looks a little defeated.
Shadow of
Maybe
their
a
former
lot.
selves.
Mm-hmm.
This mid setup is so crazy. Leaving one top mid crouched for the Yankee flash.
Yeah. I
Why don't
like
they go
it.
for it. Interesting. I think it's.
I also like not pushing it.
Playing on a nice edge though. I don't like it. At this point, we should be able to know at this point that Nouns aren't going for a middle play. Dumao's rotated around, gets the information. Bartini's just going to sit in jail. Let his teammate harass at range. 1 caught, 2 more tagged at Van. 1 found, a bit of a panic jump. And not the third. And the Keys has rotated in as well, furthering the support on site. The Keys on Catwalk as well. Also chimes in for a second for himself. Tied ball game you mentioned seemed like an inevitability, and it is. We are at 11 a pop. And Nouns another chance to get something on the board. But at this point, all the momentum is in the favor of Legacy.
And there's no more timeouts for Nouns to try and stall out that momentum. They've used all 3 to get to 11. But 11 is still 2 away from the finish line, 1 away from overtime. And through the fire, CJ pushes in, gets 1. Only 1. But a trade is far better than losing the opening pick. And a little bit of fast aggression gives Nouns a little bit of wiggle room. Dumau and Connector, though, can ruin their day. Spotted and taken down clean. Big pickup by Junior as Lato comes through to try and salvage this. Take half his damage, swings out for more, sprays through. Only one. The trade's favoring Nouns now as they keep going 1-for-1 after the opening from CJ. Zadzine still here on A in Palace with the op. He might have been heard, though, by the ramp player, and now they definitely know where he is as George hits the deck 2 versus 2. And I believe Barthin's been revealed as well as Rush is watching for this player to pop up. Khan spots him, takes him down, and now Sadzine drops down default. Oh, no scope, does not connect, and Carson will. 12-11, map point for Nouns. Although I don't know if this map's anywhere near being over. It feels like it is anywhere but closed, wide open. And a double op setup for the first time in this series comes on through, Nate. Barthin holding on to the secondary cannon. CJ is on a Galil on this 24th round.
This is a heck of a time to try the double op, but it could just be that novelty they need to get to overtime.
Yeah, I like it.
I don't hate it. Playing with fire, for sure. And Barthin playing this angle, not pushing all the way up and playing the gap is a choice.
Definitely. I mean, he's not a primary opper, so it does make a little more sense.
Carson looking up mid, far slower this time around for Nouns, despite the mixed bag of results from the aggression in the last round that led to the victory. Play out ramp quickly shuttered by Sadzine. Lato confirms there's no one else in that smoke as well with the pop from the nade. Flash over A. Still 2 players to challenge, and there we go. Barthin posted in apartments. Finds the second. That's both ops now being revealed. Bomb will go towards A. 50 seconds left. Carson lurking in middle. This late lurk has to be worth its weight in gold if they want a chance to close this in regulation. 5 versus 3. CJ, George, and Carson. Okay utility between them. But the manpower simply against them.
What manpower? That actually levels it out a little bit. 3 versus 4, a lot more doable. Carson maybe finding a gap here. Slips on through. Spots a Lato. Free taps. Now there's a chance. Sadzine is known to be somewhere around. He's blinded. George comes up with another massive kill. Sadzine peeks. Does not stop the plant, but he takes down George as well. CJ's Galil in a 1 versus 2. He's tagged Sadzine, but far from the bag. Both players have ops coming through. Barthin's flash 2-4, but the op shot connects. And we will have overtime here in map number 2 between these two squads. And the double ops, Nate, are what find all 5 kills for the CT side.
Absurd performance from the ops. We were wondering if it would be figured out, if it would be called out, but no, it's not the case. I was wondering if we would have a break before overtime. It doesn't look like we will. Straight into the action we go. Legacy. Weather the storm. It was at 1 point 5 to 9. Even 5 to 10, I don't think so. That's where they made their stand. Nouns. Kicking themselves a bit, but they have to get back into it. We have not really seen the op from Junior on the T side. We will see it now in the first round of overtime. Trying to challenge in towards B apps as well. Very aggressive, very early. Wanting to find the openings the old-fashioned way. I can't say I hate the idea.
I don't either. I think it's time to mix things up. You've gone the full distance. It's the end of the playbook, presumably, or darn close to it. So you might as well give it another try. Something a little more unique. Sadzine, will he be flashed? Will they expect somebody here? Big question marks Nouns need to answer. Utility's about to fly in as an A set piece looks on the cards from the T's. You can see on the screen it's 1st to 16 to win this map. But Junior takes a shot, reveals his spot, and pays the price. Sadzin backs away now. Has a little bit of support, but the bricks will give him cover. Rush, though, flashed in by Carson. Fully drive-bys the Opper, and Alato's traded out by Rush as well. 3 versus 3. Good entries there from Rush, or good trades, rather. As Bartin comes in towards CT to support. Clears up close, and that's a massive trade back and forth. But Dumau, around on site, has the op. As CJ works around, he has a couple players behind, and the no-scope from Dumau puts him to bed and gets Legacy a lead in the dying embers, and now the beginning of overtime. That'll set Legacy up for some success here, a critical round to find. As Nouns will buy back again, it's 12.5k overtime.
That means Junior will need an op in the next round if he falls.
Mm-hmm.
Has some nice intricacies in the 12.5k. It's not brutal like the 10k for the CT side. Still not comfortable either. Sadzin hits the cat jump. Junior's missing some prime opportunities. That one towards ramp is what I would call a sitter in the round prior. Sadzin, though, to be fair, had a rather insane shot. Slow one. Minute 20 left. No real contact proper, just utility damage here and there. Rushing middle for this op, though. Sadzin legged by Junior. Lucky to be live. Again looking to go towards B. Sadzin, though, will he be expected to stay top middle? He has support as well from below, and the keys is holding underpass. It's actually late mid control instead, and this could be disastrous. Legacy are set up for exactly this kind of rebuke. Flash comes in. Carson flashed forward, finds 2, and that Keys gets 1, then only 1. Dumau finds George, but Carson finds Dumau. 3 versus 2. I thought it looked so good, but they threw the close flashes, and that undoes that awkward hold top middle. Martin clears out apartments. They're going to sidestep him. They're going towards Catwalk instead. He'll hear the steps here shortly. There we go, doubling back. Lotto will begin his long rotation in towards Market. It's not over, but it's going to be a very difficult 2 versus 3.
It's expected that there's a player in apartments too. That Molotov gives Nouns the idea that somebody could be up here, but do they watch it as Bartin's right behind that Molotov, extinguishing, ready to push him forward? Oh, I love that boost. CJ's up a ninja. That's going to be very difficult for Legacy to discover until they get on site. It's not really going to be something they expect either. Bartin spotted by Junior, evidenced by that crouch. He'll hit the 2-tap dirt nap, and Lotto running for the hills and running for his life. We're going to have a tie ball game going for the last round of the first half, and Lotto will survive. Carson can't quite grab a 4th, but his mid kill is more than enough, and that flashbang out, the spray down by Carson, that's what saves the day for Nouns. The in-game leader takes matters into his own hands.
It's been a game where everybody's hitting their shots. Nekis is a little bit behind, 11. Same. Actually, there's no one really behind on Nouns. It's just George at 14. My point stands. All of these players, all 10, are within reasonable distance of each other. There's no shining star for both teams. Everybody's having their moments.
Yep.
And it's going to be a grind of an overtime, perhaps even multiple overtimes, to see who emerges victorious on this map. Flurry of early smokes middle from Nouns, and a straight play A is the call. All 5 are here. 1 is in middle. I was mistaken there. Carson getting towards Delpan. 3 in Palace. A Palace pop appears to be the name of the game. Will Sadzin be ready? Doesn't seem like it. Spots 1 coming out. Tries the no-scope at that range, and his teammate stares, doesn't find anything. Sadzin 2 stays alive as well, just barely. The double up in effect for Bartin as well.
Oh, there's 3 mollies in there.
No chance for him. Junior, or George, excuse me, is the one to do in Dumau. Just the op of Bartin in this final round of overtime, 1v2. Almost needs to get planted, though. Spots the head, doesn't quite connect the shot, and that nade won't kill anyone either.
Won't even do much. He's got a Molotov, though. That incendiary goes into firebox, won't clear anybody out. At least it's an angle he doesn't need to check. But it's going to be hard for Bartine now in a 1 versus 2 with the op. Goes to the 5-7 now. George is in trade vicinity for Junior, who's around that smoke. Ninja? Junior will just take the dry fight. He won't miss. And Nouns take a lead into the second half of overtime, into the CT half. They only need 2. Don't get the logos confused, folks. Nouns have 14. They need 2 more. And now they can play defense once again where they got their 7. Sadzine straight back on the op. Everybody else on rifles. Nouns are keeping themselves in this. It hasn't been clean. It hasn't been the most exciting, not exciting, the most exemplary game for Nouns. But it doesn't really matter if they can take it to a 3rd. That's all they're caring about right now. That's unlucky. The Molotov bounces off the top of boxes. Carson's cleared out, though, and George is down for the count as well. Junior goes up. He's got 1, but CJ trying to peek down, gets dropped. Junior, another, still alive, looks for a 3rd, but his whack-a-mole days are over. He'll back over towards the A site. Doesn't spot a lot, though, as Legacy, fast and furious, taking the fight to the aggressive peaks of Nouns, have tied things up once again, unless Rush can come through here with a 1 versus 3. The bomb's not down yet, but it would be an incredible individual performance to maintain the lead and take Nouns to map point.
It would be. Coming up connector would be the name of the game, but not even connected to open for him. Might even suit him better to save an op for the following. Especially now with now his position being given away. Still try something at least, hoping that an opening will present itself. Legacy playing the safest of safe. He's going to rush in and try to force them into fights. Nikes spots him off the bomb. That's all the information they need. Rush trying to find the bomb, desperately finds nothing. Smoke dissipates and he falls. Back to tied ball game, 14 apiece. Thing is, if this second rifle round goes the way of Legacy as well, and Nouns don't save any weapons, the buy's going to be not the best, especially for Junior specifically.
Oh, yeah.
Going into that 3rd and final. We see tactical timeout come through, the only of overtime for Nouns. Really using as many as they can. This is their 4th, if I'm not mistaken.
It is. Also, Nate, I'd like to give a score update. Party Astronauts Isolos Laser is also in overtime. Wildcard and Boss are tied at 4 on map 2. And M80 NRG has started map 3.
Quick map 2 for M80 NRG, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think that was like a 13-4.
13-3.
My bad.
Dominance.
That's more M80-ish.
Yep, that's what you'd expect from them.
Yep.
Op for both teams once more, as expected. Dumao, aggression down middle. Very quickly towards Valley. One on catwalk to challenge other. It's a triple stack B for Nouns. And with this player getting connector control so quickly, it's not going to be a B play, I don't think.
No, it's an A split.
They're dismantling it, but will it be in time? Dumao's already in jungle. Spots the op 1, spots the second as well. That's a lot of information. They'll now spring forward and pounce forward. Nikes finds the second. CJ, George, and Rush. Trying to make this retake happen. They stopped the play.
Stopped it.
Through the smoke, George finds that. I was wondering if it would happen, and it does. Now things get interesting. 3 versus 3 taps to the smoke, almost connect. A lot, though, drops CJ as the smoke re-establishes itself. No, she found CT instead. That leaves Rush and George, and Rush is on
That
level
was
XP.
CJ and CT.
Yeah, I thought it was Catwalk that killed. Rush. Dropped by Martin. And George now alone in window. Full HP. The man you wanted the clutch, but a 1v3 seems like a little bit too much to ask.
Tough
Pressuring
angles.
forward. Yeah, and again, will they have an op in the following is my biggest question. Tag on it, George. And the bag from the very same. Sadzine secures 15. That is map and series point for the likes of Legacy. I think this is their first opportunity as well to secure this map. And what do we see purchased for Junior is the question. Op from George, selfless. He's going to be on an MP9. At best. No, probably a pistol.
MP9. No armor.
Yeah, so the armor is the question mark.
Oh my gosh. He got dropped the MP9. But he goes for util instead. And Junior dive bombs mid. Oh no. This is tough sledding for Nouns. Oh, this just has that uneasy feeling for me. Where it seems like this one should just about be done. It's an ace split on the cards with smokes going down, a little bit of nade damage, no real contact here. George is up top on the balcony, yet to be revealed. He'll drop down, helps out for one, trades out by CJ, 2 for 1, and Junior strikes with that op dropped. George did his job, ran distraction, let his teammates get the kills. That is well done from George, a selfless effort, as now Bartin comes up through connector. CJ should be guised off by that smoke, tags from behind, bags from Carson, and Sadzin's 10 HP op is going to be trying to come on through here. Sadzin's peek over towards triples, not going to see anything. CJ doesn't want to peek. Carson over towards stairs with Junior. Rush on the long flank. It's only a matter of time before we go to double overtime here. It's how many will Sadzin take with him before he dies, and it's not even consequential. It's just stat padding at this point, because the guns don't transfer into overtime to Sadzin. Retreating back towards the site. Shut down by CJ. And so, we've gone to overtime in CS2 and in CSGO.
Yep, this is where it would be, where it would start for CSGO. It's been a while since we've watched a double overtime game, Boggs.
It has been a very long time. And I did not expect it to be Mirage in this series.
No, this was the gimme that we wrote off.
Oh, yeah.
Concern for Nouns that the individuals are waking up for Legacy. Nouns still holding fast. Everybody doing what they need to. Junior again dive bombing middle. Flashed back. Martin showing presence at B. Flashes in. Plus the Opera gets the kill. Right as the smoke blooms. A critical one to find. Junior's op has been a menace on the CT side. Slow now. Sadzin out ramp. Fury of Underbalk though. That's where George has been making his home for the last couple rounds, but George is on B now. Spot comes in through Mal. Folding the cross bottom stairs, finds Carson. That's a 2-man advantage now. That probably is going to be the round off the back of it. Unless Nouns can pull something wacky off before this bomb plant goes through.
CJ gifted an opening, but he's traded right back. George comes in, but he only gets one, leaving Rush in another 1 versus 3. How many times have we seen a Nouns player in this sort of situation? He takes down one clean, though, when he knows where that op is as well. It's going to be an awkward fight, and Sadzin jiggles around on Tetris, sends Rush to the grave, and we'll see a lead for Legacy here to begin overtime, too. Again, keep an eye on that money. We saw what Junior had to do to get an op. He had to force George onto a glass cannon MP9, which is something you never want to see. And for Legacy, they just need 2 rounds on the T side. That should be enough to get them over the line.
Said for Nouns in the half prior, but it wasn't quite enough in the end. Russian middle again from both teams. Junior taking a lot of damage, but at least winning the duel this time around.
Bartin needed himself.
Of course he did.
He's been in NA too long.
Lurking at ramp. It's an empty site as well. Sadzin gets aggressive. They just have free site control. Junior nearly caught by that nading connector as well. Might just be Palace. There's a player still stomping around there. It's Lato, falling top or bottom balcony. I'm not sure where it landed.
I think it's top.
Sadzin. First contact if he inches out any further. Comes in smoke towards top con. Volley thrown in by the op. It's an awkward standstill now. The double flank in ramp. 2 coming through. It's Carson and it's CJ. Carson snaps on the knees.
That's the bomb.
Yeah, that's the bomb. It's a 2-man advantage. Martin inroads elsewhere, but Rush in window finds one and doubles back. Catches Sadzine swapping the nades. Lotto, the last on balcony, caught by Carson in the ramp. And what looked like an opportunity for Legacy is shut on their fingers as they're just a little bit too slow on the take. Back to a tied ball game once more, 16-16, and this time around in the third round of the CT side for Nouns. They will have their op and a player with armor and an M4 rather than the armorless MP9.
That was a really good flank by Carson. And Rush getting that second on Sadzine really helps solidify the round. So that nice extra kill from Rush makes things so much smoother for Nouns. It's still not the... Oh, George is a freebie. George is a gimme! And he pounces. He's got a friend with him, too, in CJ. Dumao flashing in blinds himself, or maybe a teammate blinded him. Yeah, that's a teammate's flash that blinds him, as they are going to still go up catwalk to B. George and CJ are still here. Junior gets all the information, doesn't get a shot, but that information is worth its weight in gold. Rush gets one, CJ another, as the cat push comes to a standstill, gets shut down by the info peaks and the rifling peaks of Nouns. Necky's in the murder hole, gets murdered. And so Sadzine, last one alive, up on catwalk and op in a 1v5. Again, the question is, how many does he take with him? Not
0.
even 1. That's a big whiff.
Missed opportunity, but again, as you mentioned, inconsequential in the end. Maybe a worrying sign of things to come, but see. CT side for Legacy, that should be the easier side of things. But overtime has a habit of making things wonky.
Yeah, overtime is where things get weird. It's where you cannot really expect the normal Counter-Strike to happen anymore. Lato has Necky's with him to peek down ramp. The bomb is here, but a flashbang from Carson allows George to farm a pair. Sadzine to maintain the man advantage, though his kills are going back and forth both sides. George backs away behind that smoke, hoping somebody pushes into his crosshair for a free pick. And Sadzine might just give it to him, but now the Opera thinks better of it. Has a flash tossed in, does not blind George, but he cannot connect his shots. Both players will disengage as George waits for Rush to come up. Nobody's watching for him. Sadzine goes back, but he's spotted. Rush sprays and he connects. Dumao around, spots George, wins the duel, and Rush now 1 versus 2. Knows where 1 is, does not know Martin's position. Nice swing from Dumao, though. And we're at 17 all. If Legacy win all 3 on this half, they sweep it, and this series is done and dusted. If not, Nouns can guarantee a third overtime with a round victory here.
Both teams can guarantee it with 1 round victory. The only exception will be if they get a sweep. If they get 2 rounds, it'll be over in their favor. Flash top mid. Ollie's welcome to Mao. What do Nouns go for on this T side? Aggression underpass for Rush and CJ. Also have Sadzine peeking Palace. There's a player here. It's George on the lurk. Kill onto a heavy hitter like him would be a boon of an opening for Legacy.
But if George wins the duel,
boon in the opposite direction.
It's a double-edged sword here for both teams, this engagement. Although Nouns might split into A. They have players working underpass, and I think they're going to boost into window. Yeah, I think Rush is hopping in. He's up. Nikki's is watching for something, and George wins the fight in Palace. That opens up so much for Nouns. They don't have to go A off of that. They can still go B. But they're going to scale forward through connector. Nikki's is going to cross the stairs, run right into Carson, who walks into the crosshair, but Rush is there for a trade on Dumao, and CJ swings on forward. Lato stuck at Ninja. Do they expect another player here? They've already spotted him, I believe. Shots have rung through towards his feet.
How's his teammate Sam? He's still good.
Was Bartine trying to like throw distraction so they don't? Oh yeah, Junior doesn't clear it. George is right there, but no trade. Lotto doubles down and triples up. Rush has a 1v1 now against Lotto. He knows where he is, but Lotto's on for the quad, and he's done so well so far. Rush out, and the vet, the major winner, comes up huge for Nouns to get them an 18th and guarantee a third overtime and put them once again at map point. And the money for Legacy will be shuffled around to get Sadzin and Op. But what a play from Lotto. That one, easy. Second one, not so easy. The third, immense. But he could not deal with Rush. The last one alive. And Nouns are still kicking. They're still fighting. They're clawing forward on Mirage. But we're not done. Junior free onto Nekis. Blinded up catwalk, just taking a walk in the park. And Junior says the park's closed, buddy. Wow.
Critical opening to give away a do-or-die situation for Legacy. All 5 for Nouns, grouping up very quickly for a B play. We've seen this double stack in apartments fumble before, and this round is no different. Carson finds the first. Martin playing backside, not jail, not bench. An off angle off the van pillar. Spots one. Big one to find. A double secured, but his teammate falls in the meanwhile. No more support. He's traded out eventually. Lotto, the last coming out the window. Spots one, and actually 2. But with so many targets, there's nothing he can do. It's a long-fought round and a long-fought map, excuse me. But it's a map that Nouns pull a major upset in. And they managed to survive to map number 3. They managed to get to Nuke with a stunning 19-17 victory over Legacy.
It was not crisp. It was not clean. It was a greasy, scrappy map for Nouns. But it doesn't matter. They don't ask how, they ask how many. And Nouns have brought it to the third. The entire storyline we set up, Nate, was that if Nouns wants to win this series, they have to take it to Nuke. We all assumed, both of us, you and me, assumed that it would have to be Ancient, which Nouns won, and Mirage would be a gimme for Legacy, but Nouns have showcased something better. They've showcased they can hang with the best that Brazil has to offer in ECL and take it to a third. Double overtime was required, but that was a very good team performance from Nouns. Carson kind of slipped behind the rest at the end, and Rush had some massive performances to boost his kill count, but overall, everybody on Nouns had a round or 2 or 3, and Legacy, the same could be said for them. But the fact of the matter is, oh, I'm frozen on the camera. My camera just shut off. That is unlucky.
Sounds like he's going to restart his VMix call, but it is indeed an interesting, difficult spot for Legacy to be in. They lose their Bastion map, a map that they have a 10-1 record on. And a map that we all assumed that they would have a hefty advantage on. Looks like Boggs has returned. Welcome back, my friend. But Nouns, you mentioned it. It was a team effort. It was not individuals coming alive. It was individuals coming alive at critical junctures, and yet still them functioning as a unit. Our player to watch, of course, was Thumao. If I'm not mistaken, he was probably the top of the server. Outright. He had very solid stats, 25 and 23. He might have been eclipsed by only South.
I think Rush had him. I think Rush had him
Rush
beat.
get close. Rush got close at the
end. I saw
end.
Rush with 26 at the end.
Okay, so at the very end, the last round, Rush eclipsed the Mao, but still, that tells you, if the Mao is near the top of the whole server, it's probably because Nouns are doing the lifting as a team.
Yeah, that's how Nouns win games. They do it as a team. Legacy do as well. It's not just Dumao. We had teammates around. Sadzin had a very good map. Lotto as well, especially with that 3K that almost ended up winning the round, but he got bested by a Rush late. I think that was the second to last round. Just so many opportunities for Legacy, and it felt like Legacy had more control overall in that map than Nouns did, but Nouns were able to come out alive with victories when it mattered more. And it was just that little X factor that carried Nouns to the win. And a lot of those rounds were scrappy. A lot of them were back and forth. 1, 2, 3 players surviving if they're lucky. But it doesn't matter again. It's not how, it's how many. And Nouns got enough to get this one on the board.
Yep, Nouns showing tremendous mental fortitude and tremendous team play on this second map. They failed to get on base in the first, but they knocked it out of the park in the second. Can they actually get the victory with a reverse sweep on Nuke, or will they fall short to the #1 seed of Legacy? We're going to take a brief break. When we return, we will have that third and final map between Legacy and Nouns. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
Ancient was exceptional for Legacy with a 13-4 victory on the map pick of Nouns, but Mirage told a different story. Nouns battled back, exercised some major demons against Legacy, and not only won their first in 14 maps of Counter-Strike against this team, their first in now 4 maps on Mirage against Legacy. I'm Boggs. He's Pineapple Phillips. We still have one more map to go in this best of 3. And Nate, one thing is for certain. It is anybody's game at this point.
It's definitely anybody's game, but I feel like both teams are going to be rather keen on winning that knife round, getting that extra bit of comfortability with the side pick on this deciding map, because this is effectively a best of 1 now. That can give you all the momentum you need. Could give Legacy that second win that they require after that tough loss on their map pick. It can further bolster the confidence of Nouns, who honestly yesterday on T side looked quite solid. I believe they had a 6-2 lead that kind of stumbled to a 6-6. But hopefully they can adapt faster than that. But again, I feel like this is very much up in the air now. You said it takes 3. We said it would go the opposite in terms of the first 2 maps. But in spite of all that, Nouns still find themselves here and now. A tough battle, 1917 on that map too. And if the individuals can hit their form like they did on Mirage, then they have a very real chance of sending the #1 seed from ECL NA Season 48 to the lower bracket.
That would be quite a lower bracket send-off for Nouns as well, because they battled through wildcard, won that after losing 13-4 in the first map, came back and won. Ancient was that decider. Nuke was that second map. And now here, they lost the first map, which was, good lord, it was Ancient. Yeah, it was Ancient.
Yep.
13-4, got demolished, won their opponent's pick, and now we get Nuke as a decider. It's a very interesting proposition for Nouns. They have shown incredible mental resilience not only against Wildcard, but now here against Legacy. Legacy have been wounded. They have bled. This gives Nouns that scent in the water. There's blood. They can swarm, and they can win. Legacy are beatable. But it's been a long slog for Nouns, a long 3-map series yesterday, the only opening day matchup, which went to a full 3. And now they had double overtime and going to a full 3-map series again. Fatigue presumably setting in on this Nouns roster. Legacy are much fresher given that they moved into the second round of the upper bracket via their seeding. But if Nouns could bring the same kind of individual play they brought in Mirage, they can very well take Nuke.
Individual play and that team play. They can bring a lot of emphasis on players going on their own, sure. We're looking at George specifically really lurking out of A in Palace, but he found his kill more often than not. He found his impact as required. Nouns really sticking to that trade game, really playing the game that they expected to play as a unit and as a team. And of course, the individual is not disappointing on their own fronts either. That's the key takeaway to me. I feel like Legacy were a little bit too scared as a unit. You saw a round where they had the A site pretty much for free, and they never actually took control. They never got the bomb plant. They were just picked apart at Ramp and Palace because they were too scared to seize the day. Can't see that kind of Legacy coming into this third and final map, because if we do, they're going to be knocked down to that lower bracket. I have a feeling that's just how Nouns are going to play. Nouns are confident. Nouns are playing aggressive. Nouns are playing concerted. That should be a very scary prospect for Legacy.
Yeah, and Nouns aren't playing like there's nothing to lose either. They're not playing with no abandon. They are just playing with a little bit of a chip on their shoulder. They have self-confidence. What other teams do and think of them doesn't matter. What other people think and say of them doesn't matter. What they're doing is just believing in themselves, believing in the game plan, believing in the mission, believing in what's been put together, the work they have put in moving into playoffs to improve off of their middling at best form coming into the playoffs. And they've showcased that our belief in Nouns to at least take a map off Legacy in this series and take it to a third was not unfounded. It had basis. And I think the longer Nouns survive in this sort of streak, the stronger they become as a unit and the stronger they become in this tournament. And if they can bring this forward past the ECL playoffs, that is where things become much better for them. And I'll take Nouns have won the pistol round as well.
The knife round?
Yep.
That they have.
The team that started off the CT side
The stars aren't even necessarily set. I guess Ancient is to an extent, but Mirage most certainly isn't. Not at this level. Not with these two teams of this pedigree. And Nouns playing the range to their strengths. Find one outside to start things off. Junior, good start. Legacy, though, focusing on ramp instead. Quickly rotating down in towards control. George rotating around. Only good for one on the dualies. Junior up close with the USB. A very different prospect. Far more difficult to wield against the Glocks. He's dropped as well. Back to even footing in spite of the 2 opening kills going their way. And there is a kit in play on Carson as well, so Nouns can work with the time afforded to them.
Dumao and Sadzine, a couple of quick kills. And now CJ, the last one standing as the bomb ticks away. Trying to get back into it. 1, needs 2 more, runs out of ammo, and runs out of HP. Sadzine takes him down, and Legacy will win the round. Another note, the team that has won the pistol round in the beginning of each map has won each map.
The pistol rounds sweeps on both maps.
Yep. Pistol round sweep for Legacy on Ancient, pistol round sweep for Nouns on Nuke.
Interesting trends. Again, that doesn't make sense in Counter-Strike as a whole, especially with the 13 rounds being the victory now. MP9s, a 5-7, and a dream for Nouns. They do a bit of damage, finding
More like a
one
nightmare.
next to George. This round is a nightmare, for sure. George at 31 HP has a Galil, I guess, but against 4, he's probably going to try to save this rifle instead of going for a real attempt. Bomb plant down by Sadzine, back of B. 2-0 start for Legacy, all but guaranteed.
Yeah, George will do what he can to stay alive and save the Galil. But Legacy shut down the force spine. They shut down the pistol round. They should be able to shut down the eco round forthcoming with minimal fuss, minimal stress, and take a 3-0 lead into the actual gun rounds of this map.
Terrorists win.
Should have it at least. Unless something crazy comes out of the pistols for Nouns. Do we have any upgrades? Yes. Deagle for Junior. Big investment for him. He's down to 1750. I'm not sure how enough for the op, but I'm guessing George will. Probably the read he's making. 5-7 for Rush. P250 for CJ. Looks like Rush was dropped that pistol by George. Boost outside over top of credit card to try and find an opening. Smoke, though, guys, in the cross makes it far more difficult. He'll jump up. Keys, though, already scaling into Garage. The Deagle will do him in. Bartin, though, has dropped George, and that rifle's not recoverable, if I'm not mistaken, up top of credit card. The Deagle still chiming in for damage, looking to secure an advantage. Legacy or
Carson got the Galil.
so they're playing to keep the rifle out of their hands, but Carson did manage to find it. That makes things a little bit scarier. Sadzine trying to get that rifle out. The swings come through. Carson for one. Bartina trade, but this is still touch and go. This is still difficult. Bartin and Sadzine are low. Junior's the one to do in Sadzine. And Nouns might just pull something off with these pistols.
Look at
Now
Rush,
recovering
too.
rifles. Dumal finds one. Brushed his flank. Yeah, going through Trophy a little bit slow. In fact, very slow. That gives away Dumal. Or at least gives away the opportunity for Dumal to find the kill. Rush now expected by the very same. It's all on timing. Rush. Pushing. Expected and found. The Mao gets the kill. Expensive round against the Eco. Or the save, I guess is the best way to put it. But a victory nonetheless. Legacy maintain control. 3-0. The rifles come through, including that op for Junior. Dropped over by George.
The op is going to be impactful for Junior. It needs to be if Nouns are to find success in the CT half, and they needed to do a little bit better on the guns if they want to take a Legacy down. They're going to have to rely on a strong CT side, or at least an adequate CT side. I would not say it's wise to rely on a T side where, I mean, at least for Legacy, it's just about even CT and T side, 59% on both. But you really want to give yourself the best chance of a win, and that starts with a strong CT half on Nuke. And for Legacy, they've got a lot of advanced positioning. Dumal sprays a little bit too early on Carson and allows him to stay alive. But the real take is out towards lobby still. It's not actually committing either way. And Legacy are spinning their wheels and burning their utility. We saw this happen a couple of times on Mirage where they took too long to make a play and it burned them. If they don't make a play somewhere in the next 15, 17 seconds, it's going to get a little messy again, and it gives Nouns an opportunity despite losing the early damage battle.
Does. Nouns have a good
Nice,
amount of
Molly.
utility as well to smother the take. They have a smoke and a Molotov still. The nades as well can harass on a take. Legacy finally going for it. Smoke in towards Mini. Rush playing anti-flash up top. Mustang. Molly top hut will be ineffective. Legacy still yet to get out the choke point. They'll finally race forward, but do they clear Rush? Do they clear George? George on site finds nothing. Good kill to start. Rush. No, it's Junior instead second at bat, back site to find one. Rush now activating one, not the second. Barthin doubling down, finding both in the site. CJ Mini, though, a thorn in the side finds one. And the keys on the vents. Gonna go towards B, just enough time to do so. Dumao wants to take this fight versus CJ, does so effectively and spots the second going down the vents. Now Nikis needs to just buy time, needs to wait for his rotation to come through. Carson, 1v1. Giving Legacy some time to stew. Good swing out the double door, but Nikis on the 180 gets the spray onto the damaged player. 4-0. First rifle round going the way of Legacy, and pressure most certainly mounting now for Nouns on the defense.
Yeah, pressure mounting early, and I'd like to see a timeout out of Nouns here. Maybe not necessarily this round, since they won't be able to get a full investment, but it's Legacy who actually call the timeout, surprisingly enough, and I think this benefits Nouns more than it benefits Legacy, because Nouns are the team that need to patch holes in the CT side. This is a freebie for Nouns to use here. Again, it can't be used on a gun round, because they don't have the money for that, but still, they can use what they discuss here in the next round, and if they're able to find a way to win this one, the more is the better. A couple MP9 upgrades on a half buy, can do some damage, pick up an AK, you have armor, things can scale out of control. Junior has a P250 and a vest too, trying to get that op back in hand again. 4 MP9s and a P250 is not a bad situation for Nouns, and Legacy have to be careful not to get caught out by these SMGs close range. Lots of opportunities on Nuke for the close range duels, although CJ's taking a long range one out Mirage, which is an interesting decision. If you could tuck into Africa or somewhere around there, that might be a better idea, but he's going to sit in Garage and just play a little bit of an off angle, wait for them to cross in front of him to try and take advantage of the close to mid-range duel the MP9 thrives in. Legacy, though, if they get to 5-6-0. If they get to 6-0, that's where things really look bleak for Nouns. A round here for Nouns stems that tide back to them a little bit, and they can start to string out and make a solid half out of it.
They could. Again, the pressure's mounting for this CT side. Walk late in the yard for Legacy, throwing the smokes for the cross. Just under a minute left now. Spam from the MP9, ineffective. And he's the only one crossing. The other two are in front of the smoke. In fact, CJ might just catch them out. Tucked in, close Garage, spots one, gets the kill. Second, almost found. Barthin low. Luckily, he does have support. Sadzine, redundancies built in, finds the second. A good setup for Nouns in the yard to harass the cross from Legacy.
Need a little bit more from Nouns if they want to make the force buy work, and that's exactly what they need. Junior upgrades to an AK. Dumao and company trying to go in towards the A side. George and Rush are here, both in hut. They're going to peek out now, spot the bomb, cross, low HP, high HP player, both down by George. He'll get the dink. Dumao, a dead man walking, and time being played expertly by Rush and Junior. They know Dumao has to go somewhere, and he takes down one, but there's no time to plant the bomb. Rush knows that. He's backing away, trying to play a ring around the rosy, and it's Dumao with a pocket full of posies. As the force buy, not even a full force, it's a half buy with MP9s and armor to get Nouns their first round of the board on this map.
A much needed one as well. Gives them an extra bit of economic infusion because they didn't force buy into the round and still found the victory nonetheless. Came to turn a corner, but this round is also important because they have to reinvest whatever money they saved now into this. It'll be a very solid buy. The op for Junior, rifles otherwise, but not much left in the tank for anybody barring Rush, which means if they lose, they'll be again back onto these cobbled buys.
That's a nice start. Junior's op paying dividends early in this round, giving Nouns a man advantage to work with. Slower take from Legacy, who lack a lot of that utility here. That's the damage coming in the round 2 rounds ago. Now Junior gets another one. That's the op gone. A push from Dumao gets one, but it's traded instantaneously by CJ. And Lato reveals his position with that Molotov toss. No bomb plant yet. They're going to go towards B, but Carson's here. It's all going to come down to timing. And he's in a good position if they overlook this area. The glass is going to allow Junior to come through to help. Although he is spotted, he has not taken down Bartin. Double doors open. Carson still alive. Junior overwatch position. Carson now swings one, and Junior trades out. 3 survive. Not ideal. Could have been 4. But in the end, doesn't really matter for Nouns. They got their round. They keep 3+. And Junior, a very solid performance with that op moving around.
They've broken the economy as well of Legacy. Prevent the bomb plants in the last round and the last round and the round before last, excuse me. And they hamstring this T-side economy. It's going to be some utility on Nekiz and Dumao. No upgraded pistols, though. It's probably going to be a pop play in towards A if I had to guess. Got to be quick with the pistols. They're trying to go down the vents. The bomb is dropped. They're going to go for a B split to try and make a plant out of the chaos. But now, what can they really do? Junior's op finds a second. Carson a little bit gutsy sticking around, but he makes it work. Flawless and clean. Not a point of damage taken. 3 to 4. 3 in a row for Nouns, and finding their footing quickly now on this CT side.
Now this gun round has a lot of importance. More so for Nouns still than Legacy, but for Legacy too, their lead slips away and Nouns gain more momentum. Nouns can gain a half lead. They can gain potentially an 8 to 4 half. It would be 8 in a row for Nouns if it got there, which would be quite a streak. But even then, a 7-5 out of a 0-4 is a very good result for Nouns. George goes forward, and the spray actually enables him to have an opportunity. He can't quite capitalize on it, but the nade just tickles Nekiz down to 9 from 10. And that's a little unfortunate there, but information for Nouns. However, CJ gets plucked from the bouquet as well. And this is where things get rough again for Nouns, having to battle back. Junior's op has not seen anything. That was such a critical piece in their round of victory prior to this one, but he's going to push up towards vending machine in trophy, looking for somebody through lobby. Legacy are still all grouped up in here, waiting for something to happen. Junior has so much info, but he has to be careful not to overextend and lose that op 1-for-1. He needs multi-kills. Nouns need multi-kills here.
Surprised Legacy didn't read into this. It was done quite a bit yesterday versus Wildcard. Maybe they are, though. Maybe they're just waiting for delayed peak. But facing it dry is not what you want to be doing. It's a big one for Junior, as you mentioned. 40 seconds left as well. Legacy are now feeling a burden because they feel almost red. No control anywhere. The op has information. It's probably a lot of players in lobby. And so they'll just rush into A. Carson finds the first from sight. Rush is still top of hut as well. Lato's dink. The bomb is going down towards B, though. Making some space. Issue is Junior catches Lato, establishing the advantage once more, and Nekiz is still low at 9 HP.
Junior's got an HE. Where is Junior? Junior's at ramp. He has Rush with him. Carson's going the long way through Secret. 3v2 retake. Flash is there. Nade does not tickle Nekiz. It goes and does a little bit of chip damage to Bartin. Makes him one-shot headshot worthy. Carson clearing up radio has been called. Bartin has a couple of angles to work with, though. Nekiz shut down. Bartin 1-2. Carson can't kill him. Time is running out. Carson's going to hop on it and hold it. Bartin has no information. It's backside low plant. He can't win it. Nouns will escape with a 4th, and Bartin will get the kill, but it does not matter. Nouns' economy strong enough to weather the storm, and they tie it up with a huge heads-up play by Carson to dive bomb the bomb. Just get on that defusal in the last second. And Legacy, they'll be able to buy up again. It's not going to be great. A couple of Galil's going to come through here. And Carson, what a round, too. That first one was great. The damage onto Lato as well. And then coming through with the first onto Nekiz to even enable the 1v1 to work. Helmets across the board for Nouns. And the second timeout used by Legacy going into round number 9. They are using all of their timeouts right now, almost reminiscent of Nouns on Nuke last night against Wildcard. But Nouns looking a little bit stronger and more constructed and more secure on their CT side than they did last night.
Yes, they are. Looking a little bit less flustered.
Yeah, good way to put it.
They're able to find their footing, get their weapons in hand. Their economy was built up, and now coffers are dipped into because they lost all 5 in the round prior. Legacy, as you mentioned, cobbled together with 2 Galils. They have the Opto for side scene. Could be a differentiating factor. Karsten at ramp, though. Let's be careful spamming this smoke. If he's here, then where's Junior? That's my next logical question. Out in Garage. Nice switch up for Nouns. All 5 of Legacy, though, patiently biding their time in lobby.
Again, biding their time in lobby. It seems like this is Legacy's MO on the map. They got bullied by Junior's op outside. They're like, yeah, okay, we're just going to go lobby now. We're going to go lobby again. Junior spots the hand. I like the discipline here, not overextending, but that is the problem when you double scope. Sadzine takes advantage of it. And I don't know if that was a mind game played to show just enough where it's not going to be an actual fight. But the flashbang out does not give George an opportunity. Bartine beheads him. And this opens up the window for Legacy to stream on down towards A or B, wherever their hearts desire. And looks like a hell wrap coming through from Legacy. And into an A end would be my guess, where Rush will have to receive. He's had a bit of a slow start, 1 and 5 here. But he can turn that around pretty quickly. A couple of big kills, buying time for Carson and CJ to rotate up from B. Time's so low for Legacy, though. They have a 2-man advantage, and they're burning the clock down to 18 seconds before they even start to walk into a site. Rushes and Squeaky, do they even clear him out? They do, and he does not pass that first hurdle. And this is going to be a save from CJ and Carson. Legacy are going to maintain the lead. And it all stems from Junior getting 2 tunnel vision on that one spot outside.
Yeah. Legacy really moving like a group in this one. All 5 in lobby, all 5 in the yard. Playing the numbers game as best they can. With all 5 surviving, it'll build up a T-set economy rather quickly. Gumao and Lato might look around for some upgrades, but it doesn't look like they're too keen on finding any. Five to 4. Lead reestablished, as you mentioned. Need more than just 1. Will Nouns be able to buy? I guess it's also a good question. Rush is enough. CJ and Carson can technically drop. Carson might drop an MP9 instead of an M4. And they can go from there. But it's Nouns' turn to use a tactical timeout, because things very clearly fell apart in that round prior.
Yeah, I like this tactical timeout. It's needed. That last round was far from ideal, especially after that 4-round bounce they had. Their money's not fantastic either, because the 4th came off of a 1 versus 1, which Carson ended up dying, so no player surviving, then no player surviving again. CT economy is such a fickle mistress. And Legacy's not exactly going to have to reinvest here. Couple of Galils moving forward, no helmets on 2 players, no op for Junior, more importantly. And Rush, after a monster Mirage, is not quite woken up for Nuke. Which is an issue for Nouns, as they require everybody to be firing at least on 3/4 cylinders. And a bit of an interesting play towards ramp, getting the boost up here. But Nouns seem to play a little more passive, waiting to receive, and Legacy are walking right into this on a fast play. This is exactly the counter Nouns needed to play a little bit slower for this. 1-for-1 trades, Rush goes down, but George with 3 on site around Tetris, make it 4 from George as he wipes the floor with Legacy. Head on a swivel, 4 with 1 magazine of the A1S. That is stellar work from the young George Snorts. And that is a massive 5th round to gain, only losing 1. Op picked up for Junior for free. And a Legacy now buying heavily into this next round again. Let's see that on the replay, though. That was beautiful from George. The 3rd, perfect. The 4th, even better. What a job by George.
There's an individual that really has to come alive on this team. It's either him or Junior. He definitely answers the call there. George, another double. Junior finding one. Speaking of the duo, Carson now at bat in mini. Shuts down 1. It's Dumao alone. Back against the wall. He's found 2. Okay, a 1v2 from 1v4. But Junior's op saves the day. Very quick rounds now. Legacy trying to change up the pace in towards A. And Nouns are having none of it. Rebuking them at every turn. And now Legacy are going to have a very odd bye going into the final round of this first half. Nouns at least guaranteeing themselves 6, which is an okay start on the CT side. These last couple rounds have gone by in the blink of an eye. Typically, I'm a big fan of those pace changes, but they just have not borne fruit for Legacy, who now find themselves on a back foot economically in the final round. 2 Galils, a Tech 9 for Nekis. CJ spotting outside from credit card, can't quite see by that smoke, but the op of Junior will see the cross from heaven.
They have they have 2 smokes they can use.
It's a fake A. It's a fake A. They're gonna cross with no smokes to guise the crossing. CJ hears the steps. Yep, it is red. That positioning for CJ credit card critical in getting the read on this B play.
Nickies gets the information on the rotation. Carson, though, has not been spotted. He's still alive. Opens single door. Knows there's somebody there. Rush and Carson trying to take down the first contact. Legacy trying to bowl their way in towards the B side. Lato eliminates George, but Carson's still alive. Rush through, but Carson has another trade. Still back. Silo. Bomb still towards B. All the Nouns players in the vicinity. Carson's USP out, gets another kill. It's up to Lato. He's getting chipped away. CJ's trying to help. And the headshot from CJ gets Nouns a 7th as they surge back in with a streak of 4 and 3 to take us to the break.
Bit of a streaky start to half number one, ends in a bit of a landslide for Nouns as they steal away the lead 7-5, a tenuous advantage heading into the T side of Nuke. This is the decider. This is map number 3. The winner of this will continue the upper bracket to face off against M80. The losers will be dropped down to face against the likes of Wildcard. Pineapple Phillips and Boggs on the mic. And Nouns. The relatively quick pistol play, 2 top mini dropping down to go for a wrap out in the yard. Chaos at range, where Legacy should have the advantage, yet Nouns are rapidly scaling and not taking the losses you would expect, instead taking names. 2 found, Sadzine a double in response, but Rush's late flank, late lurk in towards ramp is good to secure the advantage. 3 versus 2. That is Rush's second kill of the game.
Yeah. And his team's up.
Timing. Oh, no. His team is up. Lato puts him down. It's the P250 Super Soldier of Junior and Carson Kevlar Liss. The 2v2. Junior belabored fight up towards heaven. And Barthine actually comes up the vents and stops the bomb plant outright. No extra economy to go for a 4-spy for Nouns. Legacy split the pistol rounds. They lose the first, they win the second. It's the first time
Legacy won both.
in the series. Did they win them both?
Yes.
Oh, they did.
They won both, but this is the first time a team has lost the pistol round and still ended the half of the lead for Nouns.
Lots of trends. It was a 4-0 start. I forgot about that.
Mm-hmm. So many little trends moving forward in this map. But Legacy with both pistol rounds gives them an advantage. It should give them a free 7-7 scoreline before guns come out from Nouns. But a kill or two here on the Glocks would do well to thin out that T-side economy. Dumau reads it, but he doesn't finish off Rush, who again sitting at 2-10. Now he's spotted and removed. Nick, he's at 4-10, so not much better than Rush. But this is not a round Nouns can really expect to do much in.
No, it's not a round they should do much in.
Yeah. They're just getting farmed by the rifles. This is where Nouns need to look towards round 15.
Ooh,
Not bad damage. That got a little close, yeah.
He gets the kill, manages to race out, plant around the other side of the silo. He might get the bomb plant down. Those players are very quick down the ramp or down the vents. Tied ball game. But rifles out for both teams. So actually, bonus round out for Legacy. Rifles out for Nouns. There's still 3 rifles on the field, though, for Legacy. A chance for them to really do some damage. We saw what the MP9s could do for Nouns. It got them their first round, if I'm not mistaken.
It did. That 4 MP9, 1 P250 armor across the board half buy in round 5.
Don't cut them out. Wow. Showing us why. CJ down to 32. Legacy somehow looking more aggressive on the CT than the T.
Yeah. It's kind of weird.
It is, but I like it.
I think it's necessary to kind of change things up and force Nouns into an awkward spot.
Yeah. Keep them from running their defaults, I think, is the number one thing. Don't let them get comfortable.
Yeah. Nouns are looking a lot like Legacy on this T side right now. Just not doing anything.
Though, just sitting.
Yeah. They're denying information. That's what I'll put it. They have to move.
With spam. 50 seconds left. Is it a walk towards trophy? It is. There's 4 players here. A 5th is coming in tow. It's not going to be a lurk in this round. Dumau's going to play up close. Ready to die with the MP9 in hand. George going to clear out.
Nice.
Gets the kill. Nice start, but damage taken, and 35 seconds left for them to now transition into a B-site take. Rotation's already racing down, though, for Legacy. It's going to be an uphill battle for Nouns.
They have some utility, a couple of flashbangs and smokes to work with. Lato already been revealed. Back silo, Sadzine. 1 drops the bomb at Cubby. Lato long range. Dome by Junior. Sadzine naded. Still trying to get some kills, but he's running around like a chicken with his head cut off, trying to stay alive as Bartine comes through to help out. Time is dwindling. Nouns down to 2 players. Rush and George. George dies, and now Rush in a 1 versus none. He's going to save. He's going to back off. Run for the hills. Legacy 3 rounds on the bounce into the second half. And now that pistol round victory for them becomes all the more consequential. And Nouns, they got that one opening, sure. They waited way too long to make a play off of it, allowed the rotations from Legacy to entrench themselves on the lower site. Legacy only losing one player in that whole engagement too. Great for the CT economy. Nouns are going to go for a half buy. Rush has that saved rifle. If Nouns were to win a round like this again, it'd be lightning striking twice. And it's exactly what they need to get the ball rolling in the second half.
It's the firebrand, the charge they need. Question is, will the firebrand take light? It's an awkward spot to be with Rush at only $50 in the bank. Essentially double
Just
save,
win.
give Legacy 9 and 10. Yeah, just win, but I feel like Legacy could really establish a solid lead at a critical time on the technically favored side of this map. Might just turn a corner for them. This map doesn't have to be scrappy like the second. Walk ramp. It's called. The mouse here at range. AK at the helm for Rush. Takes a lot of damage, but it compels the Mao to retreat. Sadzin not overcommitting to this fight. Instead, just posted up at J-Hall. Might get swung upon. George is here, as is CJ, who now has the AK in hand. Tag onto George and the bag. CJ, though, a good trade. And Sadzin, flustered, misses the second, trying to rotate around. Did he get the tag? No, he did not. Carson gets the kill and drops the AK, picking up an op for himself. Awkward tidings now as Nouns likely want to wrap in towards A. Two defenders still present, though. 30 seconds left to make their move. They drop down, but the team hears it. Finds one, finds two, not the third. Do they expect the player hut now is the question. Plant will go down. Junior and CJ versus Dumao and Lato.
They have armor.
That they do. No helmets,
util.
though. No util. M4
Oh.
gets the one-shot headshot. It is consequential. CJ, a 1v2. Lato's lit. Dumao is as well. But a one-shot headshot will do them both in. Time beginning to become a factor. Kits are present, though. Lato racing forward for information. Swings and actually just wins the fight outright despite his low HP. Defuse comes through with plenty of time. Expensive round for Legacy against the half-buy for Nouns. But a victory nonetheless, and that plant gives Rush just enough money to go for the AK armor and smoke.
Yeah, that CJ should have had that one, at least. The second one, probably not, but at least the first on the 5 HP player. All he has to do is hit a bullet. But inconsequential at this point. This is smart. I was about to say, this is where a timeout could be useful for Nouns, as they're not technically up against the wall yet, but they're getting there. And you want to call these before it becomes absolutely necessary, before there's no more margin for error. Win the gun round here. Close the gap to 1. Win the next, it's tied, and Legacy are reset. 10-9, Legacy buys again. Victory conditions are met for Nouns. This is still technically anyone's game, but Nouns need to execute on this T side, and they need more than 2 kills out of Rush. That is the biggest issue right now for Nouns, is that they're essentially playing a 4v5 as far as kills are concerned. And they need somebody to step up, either to cover Rush, or Rush himself to wake up and push forward.
His play as part of the team hasn't been the best either. He's kind of that lurk, that late activation. His activations have been, frankly, activating too late.
Yeah, inconsequential.
Yeah. Again, there's not really any consequences for no action. Nouns in lobby again. Minute 20. They have some players. Actually, one player now on the roof lining up in Cody for potential pop into A. Martin jumping up top of Hut. Ready for the play out, though. Lato. Off angle. Molotovs, where do they go? One goes top hut. It's going to force that player down. Martin now in a rough spot. Caught by George. Good entry from him. Neki's in heaven trying to support. Flashes come through. He'll drop in and he'll find nothing. The player on site, Lato, similarly so. Dumao trying to find inroads. Finds one, but still needs a hell of a lot more to try and get his team back into it. Finds a second, a third spot. The bomb isn't there yet. The issue is Junior at the vent has taken down Sadzine. Naden won't kill the bomb plant. It'll do some good damage, but the spam almost finds one. 1v3 them out. Does he keep trying? Does he try to be the Hercules his team needs, or does he save? Save seems far more likely.
Look at the money. They have to save.
At least survive him back at Mirage, though. I don't think he'll survive Secret.
I think he has to go to T. Or CT, and he's way too far away for that.
Yeah.
I don't know if he survives back here. We'll find out. We'll all find out together, friends.
That we will. And saying this survival can be pretty important because he can drop beside Z.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
I guess there's a lot of walls in the way. That makes sense. There's about 4 walls in the way.
The walls don't have impact.
They don't anymore?
I didn't think they did to begin with.
I thought they did. Back and go.
Just a big radius.
Ah.
And in this map's case, a very big radius.
Yeah. A monster radius. But for Nouns, the timeout works. They accomplish step 1 of their road back in. Step 2 is to win this and reset legacy.
Junior aggressive with the op at door as well. Smoke thrown in. Lato compels Junior to go for a hero peek and gets the opening. Big head to find. The top frag for Nouns dropped with no trade possibility. The Legacy's still an uphill battle. They don't have any utility left, just some flashes and a nade. Or at least some kits for a post plant if necessary, but going to be difficult for them if Nouns go for a proper execute.
Nouns still working around slowly, trying to find inroads around the map. Carson slinking through a smoke, trying to slip into Mini. Molotov into Lato forces him to the open, but he still wins the fight against Rush. Carson falls as well to Neki's. George coming in to try and save the day, has one. He needs CJ to help him out as well. CJ falls. George has 2. Spammed by Neki's through the smoke, but George has a 3rd. Knows where one more is, does not know the position of Sadzine. However, Neki's has rotated up to heaven. It's read by George. He'll get the bomb down at the very least for the money. But this is a winnable 1v2 for George as he moves around into lobby. Creeps through lots of time. Legacy has that kit. Do they expect the squeaky rotate, though? George is around. Neki's still in Mini. About to toss in the flashbang. Gives George all the info he needs. George knows where Neki's is hiding. Neki's peeking out. George headshot. Knows where the last is as well. On the site. Sadzine up top. Tetris. George with the ace. The massive clutch. And Nouns grab a tie ball game. It's George again to put Nouns in the backpack and carry them to what should be a 10-9 scoreline in a lead late on Nuke. What a play again by George, who shows up immensely on Nuke. When his team needs it most, he answers the bat phone.
I believe he starts the round off and he finishes it as well. A standout performance from George. I'm sure the comms are all over the place. They're going to use their 3rd and final tack timeout at this juncture. Lock things back in. George, the 1st, 2nd, that's the 4th, and the 5th here on the Sadzine as he jumps up.
I think that was
sensational.
I think
could have very well been
1v4 because he gets the first. CJ gets traded instantly by him, and then he finds 3.
Insane performance. Legacy on a save. No doubts. Just 1 pistol being purchased thus far for Neki's. It's a Zeus for Dumao. CJ reading the economy well, also being poor on money. Gonna go for the Mac 10. A 5-person stack in towards A for the pistols.
It's well read. Nouns have not really targeted B. they haven't really moved outside either. It's been A take after A take after A take. And they're about to walk into this again. I do like the Zeus. It's always worth a try. And now that they're reloadable, even more so. Or rechargeable, I guess the right term is, yeah. You know what I mean. They're walking into the stack here. They should be able to overwhelm with minimal casualties. And actually, the stack's gone bad. They've gone down to B. So Nouns play the time right and get a free A bomb site with that kill. Do the pistols go in for a retake? That was the real question.
Probably. Think about Legacy. They're a very meandering team.
Mm-hmm.
Even on the T side, they'll sit all in lobby, then they'll go outside. It's all on when they get hit. I feel like they've been hit at the inopportune time quite a bit tonight. I'm halfway gone. I might just swing for exits right as Nouns try to escape. Yep, there they go. CJ 1, Russian Carson 2. Lotto drops the SMG wielder. And they'll survive without the bomb actually going off as well. Nouns steal away the lead. 10-9. Legacy feeling the pressure. Gonna go for an investment as well. Sadzin gets an op lacking utility. Famas for Bartin.
Glass
gets
cannon.
a little bit of extra utility. It is a glass cannon as well. Legacy can feel the window of opportunity shutting for them on this decider. Nouns. Full AKs, not even trifling with the op. I like the call. And if Nouns just burn down the clock, they might just pull all the utility out of Legacy.
And all the pushes, too. Legacy are already through vending. 2 players pushing in. Rush is going to get blindsided, but that's going to enable a free kill for George and Carson just waiting. Sadzin's around the corner, though. Do they expect a second man? It seems they're waiting for something. A bait peek from Carson doesn't really draw out anything. Carson tosses the flashbang over. He'll jump across. The op doesn't ring through, but they still seem wary of the possibility of this angle. Carson's known to be up towards Squeaky, though, but that smoke goes way too deep. That's going to let him peek in onto Bartin. He'll spray through, reveal his own position. The op still critical here in Zazin's hands. He needs to land this shot on the cross. Unless he's flashed or smoked, that's the only excuse he has to not hit that shot. Carson's still a viable factor as well. George has the bomb on his back, 50 seconds to go. 4 versus 4. And Nouns are getting ready to toss some utility for an A exec. They have to be careful not to take too long. CJ's also towards Secret, so he can make a play moving up or moving down. Carson finally gets the jump on Bartin. The flashbang works. The op shot lands, but he's going to bail out. Lotto down the vents, trying to get towards B. Nikis is here as well. The bomb. Where is the bomb? It's on the site proper. No, it's down the vent. CJ 1 for 1. Junior coming through. Spots the player Silo, but Nikis holds tall. Nade might soften him up. Oh, but dead. Junior needs the kill. Molotov out onto Nikis, burns him. Can Junior get the bomb down, though? He cannot get past the first hurdle. And Nouns are about to see themselves tied up again as Junior won, but only one. Sadzin bails out alive and stays with the op in hand. We're tied again.
Tied again. It's the theme of this series at this point. Given how Mirage went. Ancient, forget about it. This has been a marathon of a series. Very overzealous from Dumao there, but his team locks it in the end. 2 MP9s, 2 M4s, and an op for Legacy. Full AKs once more for Nouns. And Sadzina getting aggressive, this time outside back of red. Get some support from Nikis on the MP9, but this player was spotted. He's Molotov. He'll throw a smoke to try and buy time and hopefully find some space to get a kill. But he's going to be struggling. He's going to be bullied. Nikis still finds one. Sadzin as well around the smoke finds 2 more for his team. And somehow he makes it work for a third. Despite being bullied, battered by the utility, he brings his team to a 3-man advantage. Rush the last alive, the lurk in lobby. Talked about it activating late. It hasn't activated at all. It'll finally find one, albeit at a hefty cost of HP. Okay, a second. The opera caught Sadzin trying to go for the clip. His sniper rifle will be recovered. Legacy, reestablish. a semblance of a lead by 1 at 11-10. Nouns, their economy's all over the place as well, so I'm not sure what their buy is going to be. This play from Sadzine is unreal. That's his 3rd kill there. Sensational from him in that difficult spot.
Legacy needed a shot in the arm, and they got it from Sadzine. Looked like there was potential for Nouns to keep their lead, but Legacy crawl away with it late in this map. 11-10 the score now, and Nouns scraped together a bye. Mac 10, Galil, 3 AKs. Utility is quite poor. 3 smokes, 2 mollies, 2 flashes. CJ clearing outside. If he can find an angle on somebody, the Mac 10 can upgrade very quickly. Rush got activated as well. That's a good sign. He got a couple of kills late. Maybe he can heat up a little bit more. Get Nouns over the line. Be the little bit they need to push them forward. But it's a secret crawl that's been undiscovered by Legacy. And there's nobody here to defend this either. The closest player is Sadzine's op on ramp. And while he's been good, if the bomb goes down, B-side retakes can be one very rough time. There's all the utility for Nouns. Molotov goes in, smoke goes in, bomb goes down here momentarily. Or maybe not. Carson's actually got the bomb and he's over in radio. Smoke goes in, the keys mollied back. That's great utility work from Nouns. They'll get the bomb down now, surely. And Rush can activate his late lurk. He's watching for a secret cross. Despite the lack of utility, Nouns should still be able to hold this off with 5-man alive. Legacy have to make a decision to go or save, and I think Legacy's decided to save here, and Rush is going to punish one. Yeah, Legacy's gone. They're saving. They don't want to go for a 5-man B-side retake because their money is horrible, Nate, and they've already lost one of those guns. This is a free like 11 for Nouns. It is.
They give it away.
The exact same situation, except it's at a more dire scoreline.
Lots of questions. They paid off last time. It will pay off now.
Terrorists win.
Tied ball game once again. Not only going to 3, but 2 obscenely close matches. Or maps, I should say. Might be shocking to hear we kind of rode off Nouns after map 1.
Yeah, we both did.
You're clearly being proven wrong, though. Sadzine again aggressive. This is even more so gutsy. Playing around the smoke with the op. We'd read before and got battered. Lucky to be alive. Lucky to make a clip out of it. Galil for Rush. MP9 for Lato. Match. Martin. Walking towards HUD. Getting aggressive posturing everywhere. Legacy. Sadzine's looking it around. Now back in towards Trophy. Rush, though, finds Lato. Dumao. Trade onto George. The op is still supporting. Rush walking in. Taking point. Swings. No, he just walks into the op. 1 secured. 2 secured for Sadzine. Coming alive at a critical moment for the team. 2 versus 4. Carson fell. That's the bomb on the ground. Junior was top of lobby. And he's in a 1 versus 4. Walks into the op. Actually tries to swing it. But Sadzine shuts him down. Indomitable on that angle. 12-11. The save does pay off yet again. They find themselves with 1 opportunity to close it out prior to overtime.
We find ourselves in another full 24 rounds. And Nouns have AKs, a Galil for CJ. Utility's not the best, it's not the worst. Slightly below average, I would say. Only 2 smokes, 2 Molotovs left, but quite a bit of flashbangs. 2 smokes have been used for the outside wall. Nouns are putting a lot of presence outside as well. Somewhere to stay away from the op of Sadzine. Then again, walking into an op is never a good idea. And the Keys walks up the stairwell, gets one, but Lotto traded right back. CJ now starting to scale in towards A. Double back silo, but the Keys dropped by George. This is going to fuel the push in towards the ASL, but Martin back silo, 2 big kills, make it 3. Dumao's in heaven, and George in a 1 versus 3 to stay alive in the upper bracket and try and shut down Legacy and take them to overtime once more.
Where's the bomb?
We've seen heroics after heroics from George. I am not sure where the bomb is. I assume it is somewhere under
It's got to be on site somewhere.
Sadzine or Dumao. Dumao's got the right read on the situation, but it's all down to timing here. George is looking for the bomb, I think. He's got a bit of time to work with. Is he going to jump up? Oh, he's going heaven. There's nobody up here anymore. They're all on site. It's going to be a tough retake for George to make work. And his time is dwindling, running out. Yeah, I'm not sure where the bomb is. Dumao, first contact, back silo. Oh! Wins that duel. And Legacy move on to the upper bracket. Well, they'll face M80 in the upper bracket final. Nouns drop down to the lower after a marathon matchup with Legacy. So close and yet so far on Nuke. But what a series this was, Nate.
A marathon of a series. We've been here for, what, 3.5 hours at this stage. Stream has been live for even longer. It has been a hard-fought victory for both of these respective teams. Legacy playing a little bit too slow, a little bit too back and forth for my liking from time to time. Nouns answering the call as a team, taking the fight to what was, in my opinion, a team we rather heavily favored coming into this one. But in the end, it's just not quite enough for them to upset the #1 seed in ECL North American Season 48 playoffs. But they still have a chance at least. They dropped down to the lower bracket. I believe they have a rematch as well versus Wildcard on the cards. So that could be something interesting to keep an eye on. Surprised they don't swap the teams around, but that's how it goes, of course. And Nouns can still hold their heads high. They showed a lot of promise in this one, but Legacy, specifically at the end, the individuals really answered that call.
Yeah, the individuals stepped up and answered the call for Legacy. Everybody had a good performance, especially late in that game. Nekis had a bit of a slow start, but he rose his level to match what needed to happen. Dumao was good overall. Martin had some great plays moving towards the end. And our player to watch was Dumao. We'll see his stats coming up here on the third and final map. His overall stats actually 60 and 42, 1.43 KD with 85.87 on the ADR. Nate, he had a great game, even though he had a couple of slow starts, especially on Mirage. He had a lot of impact and was a key driving force in this Legacy win.
Yeah, he's the rock. He's the player that you expect to be consistently good, much like we talked about Sonic yesterday, much like George was for this Nouns team. This is your rock. He will have stand-up performances relatively often, but he is your player that you expect to consistently find damage. He really brought them back into that Mirage game when he began to wake up. He really kept them in this third map as well, and also he did quite well for himself on Ancient, so Dumao, no Caster's Curse this time around for our player to watch.
No Caster's Curse for Dumao and for Legacy. They escape with victory. It was not easy. It was anything but a hard-fought 3-map series, which they escape to face M80. Nouns drop to the lowers. That means we're not done with our broadcasts just yet. Not sure what we're going to have tomorrow. We might have Nouns Wildcard rematch. We'll find out, but that's going to wrap things up for us tonight. Thank you all for being with us on this wild and reckless journey. We'll be back tomorrow, and on behalf of Pineapple Phillips, my co-commentator, and the ESL production team, I'm Boggs, wishing you a fond farewell, and we'll see you tomorrow for another day of ESL Challenger League playoffs. Until then, have a good one.